Section 1. The Town That Time Forgot. Somewhere in America, there is a town called Springfield. You know the one. You have always known the one. Even if you have never watched a single episode, you know the yellow-skinned family, the donut-obsessed father, the patient mother with the impossible hair, the troublemaking son, the brilliant daughter, and the silent baby who sits in the background watching everything with those enormous, knowing eyes. The Simpsons has been on television since December 17th, 1989. 36 years, 788 episodes. It is the longest-running American animated series in history, the longest-running sitcom, the longest-running scripted primetime show ever produced. There has never been anything quite like it, and there likely never will be again. And yet, for all that history, for all those decades and all those episodes, and all those hundreds of hours of television, something about Springfield has never quite added up. Not in the way that most things in fiction don't quite add up, where you notice a plot hole or a continuity error and shrug it off because stories are stories, and not everything needs to be perfect. This is something different. This is a feeling that settles in when you watch the show for long enough, when you start paying attention to the details in the background, when you start noticing the things that the show introduces and then quietly walks away from without ever explaining. It is the feeling that Springfield is not entirely real. Not in the obvious sense that it is a cartoon, that the characters are drawn and the world is animated and none of it actually happened. Of course it did not actually happen, but within the logic of its own universe, within the world the show has built over 36 seasons, Springfield does not behave the way a real place should behave. It does not follow the rules that real places follow. Time does not pass the way time should pass. People do not remember things they should remember. Events that should permanently alter the town leave no trace by the following week. Disasters are forgotten. Catastrophes are erased. And a family that should have aged 3 decades has not aged a single day. Something is wrong in Springfield. That is not a conclusion you arrive at by reading fan theories on the internet. It is something the show itself has been quietly telling you since the very beginning, buried in the details, hidden in the background, sewn into the fabric of every episode like a message in a language you didn't know you already spoke. Tonight, we are going to read that message. This is not going to be a rapid-fire list of theories. There are no jump cuts here, no dramatic music stings, no countdown to the most shocking revelation. What this is a slow and careful walk through every major theory about Springfield and the Simpson family, told at the pace of a story rather than a presentation, designed to let your mind settle into it the way you settle into a chair at the end of a long day. The lights are low. The world outside can wait. We are going to Springfield. So let's start with the basics. Let's start with the thing you almost certainly already know. The thing you probably accepted years ago without really thinking about it. And then let's look at it just a little more carefully than you ever have before. Nobody in Springfield ages. Bart Simpson is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old since 1989. Lisa Simpson is 8. Homer and Marge are somewhere in their mid-30s, give or take, depending on the episode. And in all the years the show has been running, not one of them has gained a wrinkle or grown an inch or changed in any way that acknowledges the passage of time. The industry term for this is a floating timeline. Most animated shows use some version of it, and the logic is sensible enough on the surface. If the characters aged in real time, Bart would be in his mid-40s by now. Lisa would be pushing 40. The show would have had to evolve into something unrecognizable from what it started as Oz, or N decades ago. A floating timeline keeps the show in a permanent present tense, so that whatever year the episode airs in is the year the characters are living in, but they never grow older. That explanation is technically accurate. It describes the production decision. But it does not explain Springfield, because Springfield is not just a production decision. Springfield is a place with its own internal logic, its own ecosystem, its own history and characters and relationships that have been built and developed and deepened across hundreds of episodes. And when you look at Springfield through the lens of that internal logic, the floating timeline stops being a production convenience and starts being something that demands an explanation, something within the world of the show itself. Why don't they age? What has happened to this town, to these people, to this family that has locked them in place at the exact same moment in their lives, frozen like insects in amber, cycling through variations of the same existence without ever moving forward? Every major theory about The Simpsons is, at its core, an answer to that question. The radiation theory says their biology has been fundamentally altered by decades of exposure to the nuclear power plant that dominates their town's skyline. The coma theory says they don't age because they exist inside the mind of a man who went unconscious in 1993 and never truly woke up. The collective denial theory says Springfield has chosen to forget time passing the same way it chooses to forget every other uncomfortable truth. The Burns immortality theory opens the door to a Springfield where the rules of biology are already negotiable for the right price. And woven through all of them is the story of a family. A father who wanted to be better than he was. A mother who held everything together with quiet, relentless grace. A son who was labeled a troublemaker before he ever had the chance to be anything else. A daughter who was too smart for the world she was born into. And a baby who sat in the background and watched and understood everything and said absolutely nothing. Over the next several hours, we are going to go through all of it. Every theory, every piece of evidence, every buried storyline and unanswered question and strange detail that the show has left sitting in the margins, waiting to be noticed. You do not need to be awake for all of it. That is not the point. The point is to give your mind something to rest on, something to drift through, something to carry you from wherever you are right now into whatever sleep comes next. Springfield is a good place for that. It is a town built for wandering through at night, when the lights in the windows are warm and the streets are quiet, and the nuclear plant on the edge of town hums its low, steady hum that everyone in Springfield has learned to stop hearing. Get comfortable. We are going in. Drop a comment with the time and where you're watching from. And if this kind of deep dive is your thing, subscribing takes 2 seconds and it means everything. Section 2. The plant, the poison, and the pattern. Let's begin with the most important building in Springfield. Not the elementary school, though that building has its own stories to tell. Not the town hall, or the police station, or the church, or Moe's Tavern. The most important building in Springfield is the one that sits on the edge of town with its cooling towers reaching up into the sky. The one whose reflection shimmers in the river that runs through the heart of the community. The one that every resident of this town drives past every single day without really seeing anymore. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant, Unit 1 and Unit 2, a pressurized water reactor facility, the primary source of electrical power for the entire town of Springfield, owned and operated by one Charles Montgomery Burns, a man whose age is unclear and whose ethics are not. On paper, the plant is simply a workplace. It is where Homer goes every morning, badge around his neck, coffee in hand, settling into his chair in Sector 7G and beginning another shift of safety monitoring. It provides employment for hundreds of Springfield residents. It keeps the lights on. It is the economic engine of the community, the reason the town can support the businesses and schools and infrastructure that give it the appearance of a functioning place. On paper. In reality, the Springfield Nuclear Power Plant is one of the most dangerous industrial facilities ever depicted in the history of fiction. And the show has been telling you this since the very beginning, episode after episode, detail after detail, with a consistency that starts to look less like recurring jokes and more like a record. A safety inspection of the plant was conducted at some point in the show's early seasons. The inspector found 342 violations. 342 separate safety failures, each one representing a way the plant was putting the surrounding community at risk. The estimated cost to bring the facility up to code was $56 million. Burns refused to spend it. That is not a joke. That is a man worth many times that sum deciding that the cost of protecting the people living downwind of his reactor was not a worthwhile expense. And the show does not frame this as a dramatic villain moment. It frames it the way Springfield frames most things, as a kind of background fact, something to be noted, and then moved past without dwelling on too long. Burns is cheap. Everyone knows Burns is cheap. $56 million to fix safety violations is just another example of how cheap Burns is. Except the violations are not minor. They are not things like faulty fire extinguishers or inadequate break room ventilation. The violations documented at the Springfield nuclear power plant include radioactive waste being dumped directly into local waterways, radioactive waste being deposited near children's playgrounds, plutonium being used as a paperweight on an employee's desk, cooling towers patched with chewing gum rather than proper materials, luminescent rats running freely through the facility's corridors. And then there's the detail that gets dropped in the early seasons and never returned to. Human skeletons in the basement of an operating nuclear power plant. The show shows you the bones and it moves on, and nobody in Springfield asks a single question about who those people were or how they came to be there. That is the plant. That is what it is. That is what it has been for the entire run of the series. And the man whose job it is to stand between that facility and the people of Springfield, the safety inspector whose literal function is to prevent that building from poisoning the community around it, is Homer Simpson. Homer Simpson, whose IQ the show's own creator has described as 55. Homer Simpson, in whose brain a crayon has been lodged since childhood, physically reducing his cognitive function in ways that the show eventually confirms are significant. Homer Simpson, who has been observed sleeping at his workstation during routine operations, eating donuts while meltdown warnings flash on the screens around him, and who once triggered a nuclear incident by tossing a donut into the reactor core out of curiosity about whether it would grow larger. That is the safety net. Homer is the safety net, and he has been the safety net for more than 3 decades. Now, here is where the theory begins to take shape. Not with the plant itself, not with the violation, not even with Homer's spectacular unsuitability for his role. The theory takes shape the moment you start looking at what the plant has done to the world around it. In the second season of the show, a fisherman pulls something unusual from the river near the power plant. A fish. An ordinary-looking fish in every other respect, except for one detail that should have sent the entire town into a panic. The fish has 3 eyes. The 3-eyed fish is named Blinky, and Blinky becomes a moment of genuine drama within the show's universe. A gubernatorial candidate uses Blinky as campaign evidence, arguing that the mutation is proof that Burns is poisoning the environment. Reporters cover the story. The town is agitated. Burns, facing real political pressure for perhaps the first time in the show's run, is forced to eat the fish on live television to demonstrate that it is harmless. He eats it. The cameras watch. The show moves on. And nobody follows up. Nobody tests the water that produced Blinky. Nobody commissions a study of the river ecosystem. Nobody asks the question that seems so obvious, sitting here 30 years later, that it almost feels like the show is daring you to ask it. If the fish in the river near the power plant have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people drinking from that same river? What is happening to the people who have been living downwind of those cracked cooling towers for decades? The show answers this question. It just answers it very quietly, over a very long time, through accumulation rather than announcement. Look at Homer Simpson. Look at him closely, not as a cartoon character whose design you have stopped noticing because you have seen it 10,000 times, but as a physical entity within his own universe. The massive overbite, the eyes that bulge slightly outward, the 4 fingers on each hand rather than 5, a skull shape that does not correspond to anything in normal human anatomy, an IQ so low it qualifies as a clinical disability, and a body that can absorb damage that should be lethal over and over again. Homer has been shot, he has been electrocuted, he has fallen from considerable heights and walked away. He has been struck by vehicles, survived explosions, and recovered from injuries that would kill an ordinary person several times over. His pain tolerance is not human. His healing rate is not human. And he has spent the entirety of his adult life working in direct proximity to an active reactor core, absorbing whatever the plant has been quietly putting into the air around it. Look at Marge. The same slightly protuberant eyes, the same 4 fingers, hair that defies physics, growing straight upward in a tower that has maintained precisely the same shape for 36 years without apparent effort or product. Marge was not born in Springfield, but she has lived there her entire adult life, raised her children there, breathed its air and drunk its water, and lived in the shadow of the plant. Look at Bart and Lisa and Maggie, born in Springfield, raised in Springfield. The spiky, product-free hair, the overbites, the four fingers, the yellow skin that covers every single resident of this town and nobody else in the world. That last detail is the one that makes the theory click into place, if you sit with it long enough. The yellow skin is not a universal art style choice. It is specifically a Springfield choice. When celebrities visit the show, when guest characters arrive from outside the town, they look different. Their proportions are more naturalistic. Their eyes are more normally shaped. Their features correspond more closely to what you would expect from a human being, drawn in a slightly stylized way. The show draws outsiders with different proportions than it draws Springfield residents, and the difference is visible and consistent. The explanation that everyone reaches for first is that this is just a stylistic decision, that Springfield characters look the way they look because that is the Simpsons' visual language. And at the level of production, that is true. But within the internal logic of the show, within the world where these characters exist and interact and live their lives, there is a visible and observable difference between people who live in Springfield and people who do not. The people inside the contamination zone look like mutations. The people outside it look like people. Even the animals have not been spared. Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, has the same slightly exaggerated features as his owners. The same eyes. The same proportions that deviate from what a real greyhound looks like. Blinky the fish is the most dramatic example, but Santa's little helper suggests that the mutation is not limited to humans, that whatever the plant has been releasing into Springfield's environment has worked its way through the entire local ecosystem. The show tells you this directly when it shows you Blinky. It presents you with a three-eyed fish, identifies it clearly as a product of the plant's runoff, and then asks you to believe that the exact same runoff has had zero measurable effect on the humans living in the same environment. Drinking the same water, breathing the same air, standing next to the same reactor core for the same 3 decades. Mr. Burns knows all of this. The show has been clear about this across many episodes. Burns undergoes a weekly medical regimen. The details are revealed in a Season 8 episode, one of those episodes that presents its central revelation as a joke and then trusts you to carry the implications home with you afterward. Homer encounters what he believes is an alien in the woods near Springfield. The town is in an uproar. FBI agents are called in. The investigation builds toward a reveal. And the reveal is this. The figure in the woods is not an alien. It is Burns. Burns has been undergoing a medical treatment so intensive, so saturated with chemicals and what the show describes as radiation therapy, that after each session his body emits a visible green glow. The treatments keep him alive for exactly 1 more week. Without them, he dies. And after receiving them, he wanders out of the facility in a dazed, semi-conscious state, stumbling through the woods in the dark, glowing softly in the night air. He literally radiates light. Burns is so saturated with radiation that his body emits visible photons. And the people of Springfield see this glowing figure moving through the forest, and their immediate conclusion is that it must be an extraterrestrial visitor. Not a man. Not a radiation-soaked billionaire stumbling home from his weekly medical maintenance. An alien from outer space. That response tells you everything you need to know about how deeply the denial runs in Springfield. But the Burns revelation does more than explain one episode. It establishes something crucial about the architecture of the show's universe. Burns is not just the owner of a nuclear plant. Burns is a man whose own body has been so fundamentally altered by radiation that he requires ongoing nuclear exposure to maintain basic biological function. He is not merely profiting from radiation, he is powered by it. His body has reached a point where normal cellular processes are no longer sufficient. It needs external nuclear input the way a normal body needs food and water. And Burns, uniquely among Springfield's residents, has the wealth and the infrastructure and the medical knowledge to manage this. He funds private research. He maintains personal physicians. He has what amounts to a pharmaceutical division at his disposal. He understands what radiation does to biological systems on an extremely intimate level because he lives with those effects every day in his own body, which means he has always known what his plant is doing to Springfield. He knows what chronic radiation exposure does to a human nervous system because he has experienced it firsthand. He knows what happens to cognitive function, to biological aging, to the subtle cellular processes that govern how a body heals and how a mind thinks. He has been managing those effects in his own body for decades, using resources that no other Springfield resident has access to, and the town around him, drinking the same contaminated water and breathing the same irradiated air, has been experiencing the same effects without any of those resources to counter them. The people of Springfield are not unaffected. They are unprotected. There is a scene, one of the most frequently quoted in the entire series, where Burns visits a doctor who informs him that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one simultaneously present in his body. The doctor explains that the diseases exist in a state of perfect equilibrium, each one canceling out the others, none of them able to gain dominance because they are all competing for the same biological space at the same time. He calls it Three Stooges syndrome. Three people trying to walk through a doorway simultaneously, none of them getting through. Burns is, by this analysis, the sickest man in the United States and functionally indestructible because every illness that should kill him is blocked by every other illness that should kill him. It is one of the show's great comedy moments, and it makes a terrifying kind of sense once you understand what the radiation theory implies. Burns's diseases are not in equilibrium by accident. The weekly radiation treatments are maintaining that equilibrium. They are not curing anything, they are not healing anything, they are keeping every pathological process in his body in a state of managed stasis, preventing any single condition from advancing while allowing all of them to coexist. It is not medicine in any conventional sense. It is nuclear maintenance. Burns's body is a reactor, and his treatments are the control rods that keep the whole thing from going critical. Remove the treatments, and the equilibrium collapses. Every disease in his body surges forward at once. The reactor goes into meltdown. Burns dies, which is why Smithers is so essential to Burns's continued existence. And this is a thread that runs through the entire show without ever being explicitly addressed as the life and death matter it actually is. Waylon Smithers manages Burns's schedule. He ensures that Burns makes every weekly treatment without exception. He monitors Burns's physical condition with a vigilance that the show frames as personal devotion, as a form of love, and that is certainly part of it. But beneath the devotion is a more mechanical reality. Smithers is keeping Burns alive through logistical precision. He knows what happens if Burns misses a treatment. He has probably seen what the early stages of treatment withdrawal look like. And that knowledge, that understanding that his own absence is equivalent to Burns's death sentence, is the foundation that the entire relationship is built on. Smithers is not just loyal. Smithers is necessary. And Burns knows it, and Smithers knows Burns knows it, and neither of them ever says it out loud because some truths are too structural to acknowledge directly. Now bring the theory back to the town. If Burns understands radiation biology at this level, if he has been managing its effects in his own body for decades, then he understands what the plant's uncontrolled leakage is doing to Springfield's residents. He is not ignorant of the effects. He is the person in Springfield best positioned to understand them. And his response to that understanding has been to keep the violations unaddressed, to keep Homer in the safety inspector role, to maintain the conditions that ensure the contamination continues. The German Investors episode is revealing in this context. At one point in the show's run, a group of German investors briefly purchases the Springfield nuclear power plant. One of the very first things they do is fire Homer. The second thing they do is conduct a proper assessment of what it would cost to bring the facility up to regulatory code. The estimate nearly bankrupts the investors, and they sell the plant back to Burns almost immediately. Burns rehires Homer upon returning to ownership. Think about the sequence. New owners arrive. They remove the incompetent safety inspector. They assess the actual cost of compliance. They discover that compliance is financially devastating and retreat. Burns returns. Homer returns. Everything goes back to the way it was. A competent safety inspector would shut the plant down. A properly regulated plant could not operate the way the Springfield plant operates. Homer's incompetence is not a mistake or an oversight or a product of Burns's inability to remember his name, though that incapacity is real and well documented. Homer's presence in that role is functional. It is a choice. It is the choice that keeps the violations continuing and the radiation leaking and the population of Springfield in the cognitive state that makes them unable to challenge any of it. That last part bears sitting with for a moment. In season 12, the show addresses Homer's crayon situation directly in an episode called Homer the Moe, which is not the one, but more precisely in the episode that follows up on an earlier revelation about the crayon lodged in his brain since childhood. The crayon had been there since Homer was a child, lodged in his brain, slowly pressing on his frontal lobe or the adjacent tissue, physically reducing his cognitive function across his entire life. The show had established this years earlier, treated it as a bit of characterization, and moved on. Then came the episode where it is removed. Homer's IQ upon removal of the crayon rises dramatically. He becomes articulate. He becomes capable of sustained analytical thought. He begins understanding the world around him in ways that had been literally impossible before. He writes a report on the safety violations at the nuclear plant that is so comprehensive and so damning that it gets the plant shut down temporarily. He can see clearly, perhaps for the first time in his adult life, what his life actually is and what the world around him actually looks like. And it makes him profoundly unhappy. Springfield, seen clearly, is not a comfortable place. The job is meaningless and dangerous. The town is compromised. The social structures are broken. The man who employs him destroyed his family. Intelligence in Springfield is not an asset. It is an invitation to suffering because it means you can see the full dimensions of something that everyone around you has agreed to stop looking at. Homer eventually has the crayon put back in. He chooses, deliberately and consciously, to return to a lower cognitive state. He chooses not to know. The show frames this as funny and a little sad, which it is. But it is also something else. It is the show describing, with remarkable precision, the mechanism by which Springfield maintains itself. The people who figure out what is happening are either broken by that knowledge, like Homer temporarily, or removed from the community, like the real Seymour Skinner later on. The system perpetuates itself by ensuring that the people most capable of understanding it are the least capable of communicating it. And the people most capable of communicating it are made to understand that doing so comes at a cost they cannot afford. How did a crayon get lodged in a child's brain without anyone noticing? That is the question the show slides past, and it is one of the strangest ones in the entire series. Homer went through childhood, adolescence, and decades of adult life visiting doctors in Springfield, having checkups, presumably receiving whatever medical care Springfield provides. And not one of those medical professionals found a foreign object pressing on his brain. Either the entire medical establishment of Springfield is incompetent to a degree that strains credulity, or something else is happening. If Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, if the doctors are looking the other way in exchange for the continued economic stability that the plant provides, then the crayon's long career inside Homer's skull is not simply an accident. It is a condition that someone with power and motivation chose to maintain. And that possibility that the town's cognitive damage is not merely an accidental byproduct of the plant's operation, but is actively managed and preserved by those who benefit from it, is where the radiation theory becomes something larger than a theory about environmental contamination. It becomes a theory about power. Burns doesn't just own the plant, he owns the town. The town's economy depends on the plant. The plant's continued operation depends on its violations remaining unaddressed. Its violations remaining unaddressed depends on Homer Simpson sitting in Sector 7G, asleep in his chair. And Homer staying in that chair year after year, decade after decade, depends on a combination of cognitive impairment, emotional dependency, and a contractual arrangement with Abe Simpson that we will come back to later in this story. Everything connects to everything else. Every thread you pull leads to the same source: the cracked cooling towers, the three-eyed fish, the yellow skin, the four fingers, the overbites and the bulging eyes and the impossible recovery rates, the forgetting, the resetting, the inability to look up at the plant on the hill and ask the most basic question a person can ask. What has this place done to us? Springfield has not asked that question. Springfield will not ask that question. The plant has seen to that, not through some sinister mind control program or deliberate poisoning of a specific cognitive function, but through the slow, patient, decades-long process of putting just enough of the wrong thing into the water and the air of a small town that depended on its goodwill to survive. The radiation theory does not explain one mystery about The Simpsons. It explains all of them. But there is another theory, one that does not contradict the radiation theory so much as contain it, folded inside a larger and more intimate story about a single man in a hospital bed who has not opened his eyes in a very long time. Section 3. The Dreaming Man. It was April 1st, 1993. The 18th episode of the 4th season. The premise was simple, almost too simple for a show that had by that point established itself as one of the sharpest and most inventive comedies on television. Bart plays a series of April Fool's Day pranks on Homer. Each one escalates. The pranks grow more elaborate and more inconvenient, and Homer's frustration rises alongside them until finally, Bart reaches a kind of apex of fraternal mischief. He takes one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and places it inside an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opens the can, the explosion is violent enough to hospitalize him. While Homer is lying in his hospital bed, still dazed from the explosion, he notices a vending machine across the room. He reaches for it. The machine tips. It falls. It lands on Homer, and Homer Simpson flatlines, entering a clinically unconscious state, a real coma, not a dream sequence or a cutaway or a joke told and abandoned, that lasts for 7 weeks. The episode ends with Bart standing at Homer's bedside, tearfully confessing that the entire chain of events was his fault. Homer springs awake, immediately reaches for Bart's throat with his characteristic strangling gesture, and the family laughs. The show tells you Homer woke up. It tells you everything is fine. But in the final moments of that episode, a doctor delivers one more piece of information. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% gone permanently, never returning. And Homer's response to learning that he has sustained lasting neurological damage is to laugh, even though he says himself that he does not know why he is laughing. The episode ends. The series continues for 32 more seasons. Nobody ever discusses the 5% again, unless Homer never woke up at all. This is the Homer's coma theory, and it is probably the single most discussed, most debated, most elaborately documented fan theory in the history of The Simpsons. Its core premise, as originally articulated in a post on a discussion forum by a user going by the name Hard Topic a Name, is deceptively simple. Homer Simpson did not truly wake up from his coma in April of 1993. Every episode that has aired since that date, every storyline, every character development, every impossible event, every celebrity guest, every reset and reboot and moment where the world returns to normal in ways it should not be able to, is a dream being generated by the comatose mind of a man lying in a hospital room in Springfield General, his family around him, his body stationary, his brain running a simulation of a life he can no longer live in the waking world. The evidence for this theory is not just compelling. It is the kind of evidence that, once you have seen it, you cannot unsee. Start with the most obvious marker. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a grounded show. Not realistic in the conventional sense. It was always a cartoon, always built on exaggeration and satire, and the early seasons contained their share of absurdist humor. But the storylines of the first 4 seasons are rooted in recognizable human experience. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge briefly considers leaving Homer for a more attentive man. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and is heartbroken when he leaves. Bart faces the possibility of being held back a grade and has to genuinely reckon with his academic failures. The show's emotional engine ran on domestic anxiety, financial stress, marital tension, the ordinary complexity of a working-class family trying to hold itself together. These are the kinds of problems real families have. The Simpsons in its early seasons was a show about what it felt like to be a certain kind of American family, told through the lens of satire but grounded in something genuine. After the coma, the world of the show changes so dramatically that even casual viewers who have never heard of the coma theory tend to identify the same rough period as the point where things shifted. Homer goes to space. Homer discovers his mother is a fugitive radical activist. Homer joins a secret society with a centuries-long history. Homer becomes the leader of a vigilante group. Homer meets God twice. The world of the show expands from a family sitcom about economic anxiety into a show where the main character has held hundreds of different jobs, traveled to dozens of countries, befriended celebrities, met heads of state, and survived physical trauma that would kill a squad of soldiers. The escalation is not gradual, it is seismic. The show before April 1993 and the show after April 1993 are not just tonal variations on the same idea. They feel, at a structural level, like different shows wearing the same character designs. The coma theory's argument is that this is because they are different shows. The show before the coma is Homer's life. The show after the coma is Homer's dream of his life. And a dream is under no obligation to remain grounded. A dream takes the materials it has. The people you love, the places you know, the fragments of things you have seen and heard, and it assembles them into narratives that are emotionally true without being factually coherent. A dream lets you go to space, it lets you find your mother, it lets you join secret societies and meet presidents and survive things that should kill you because in a dream, nothing can actually kill you. You are the dreamer. The dream belongs to you. And as long as you are dreaming, you cannot die inside it. Now consider the detail that makes this theory haunt the back of your mind long after you have put it down. 6 months before the coma episode in the season 4 premiere, Homer has a conversation with God. And actual face-to-face conversation with a divine being whose face is never fully shown but who speaks to Homer with authority and warmth. And during that conversation, God tells Homer something specific. He tells Homer that he will learn the meaning of life. But not yet. Not yet. God tells Homer that his time is coming, and Homer nods, and the episode continues, and the moment is filed away as a quirky theological gag in a show that has always had a complicated and affectionate relationship with organized religion. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The timeline is not ambiguous. God told Homer that something was coming, that there was a threshold ahead of him, a moment after which things would be different. And 6 months after that conversation, Homer's conscious life ends. Whether what comes after is death or unconsciousness, whether the dream that follows is heaven or coma or simply the continuation of a brain that refuses to stop, God was right. Homer's time came. And here is what the theory does that no other theory manages so cleanly. It explains why nobody in Springfield ages. The radiation theory offers a biological explanation for the aging freeze, mutations, altered cellular processes, a physiology transformed by decades of nuclear exposure. The collective denial theory suggests that Springfield chooses not to acknowledge time passing, the way it chooses not to acknowledge everything else. These are both interesting explanations, and we will return to them. But the coma theory's explanation is the simplest and the most emotionally devastating of all. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and never truly woke up. Homer's unconscious brain cannot imagine his children growing older because he was not awake to watch it happen. His memory of Bart is the memory of a 10-year-old boy. His memory of Lisa is the memory of an 8-year-old girl. His memory of Maggie is the memory of an infant who had not yet learned to walk. His memory of Marge is the memory of the woman he last saw standing beside his hospital bed, the last face he registered before the light went out. The dream preserves them at the moment he lost them. It cannot update because it has no new information. Homer's unconscious mind can only work with what it had on the day the vending machine fell, and on that day, his children were exactly the ages they remain. The celebrity appearances that become increasingly common in the show's later seasons, the endless parade of famous people who find their way to Springfield for reasons that rarely quite make sense, are explained by the coma theory with an elegance that is almost beautiful. Homer's hospital room has a television. His family visits and speaks. Nurses and doctors come and go, speaking to each other, turning on the radio, living their lives around the still body of the man in the bed. And Homer's brain, conscious enough to process ambient sensory input, even in its comatose state, hears fragments. Names, voices, phrases from news reports and entertainment programs, and the conversations happening in the hallway outside his room. His dreaming mind takes those fragments and incorporates them. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the fog of unconsciousness, translated by the dream into a physical presence in his world. They do not make logical sense as visitors to a small town because they are not logical. They are processing artifacts. They are what a dreaming brain does with the pieces of the waking world that filter through. The show acknowledged this theory directly in its own oblique way. In the 34th season, an episode contained what was described as a deliberately leaked fake deleted scene in which Homer wakes from a long coma to discover that every improbable episode was a dream. The scene was subsequently attributed to hackers, dismissed as a hoax, and the episode proceeded as if it had never happened. But the scene was made. Someone animated it. Someone wrote it. Someone rendered it with enough fidelity that it looked like a real deleted scene from a real episode. The show's writers know about the coma theory. They have engaged with it seriously enough to produce a direct response to it, and their denial of it came packaged inside an episode that explicitly depicted Homer waking from a coma, which is the kind of response that acknowledges a theory while claiming to refute it. Al Jean, one of the show's longtime executive producers, addressed the coma theory in a 2015 interview. He said it was not true. He said it was fan speculation. He moved on. He did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift after season 4. He did not explain the conversation with God 6 months before the coma. He did not explain why the show's plots become progressively more surreal and divorced from realistic cause and effect as the seasons advance, which is exactly what you would expect from a dream being generated by a brain that is slowly losing coherence over time. The official position is that the coma theory is wrong. The official position does not engage with the evidence, and the evidence is built into the structure of the show itself. It is not in Easter eggs or hidden background details. It is in the architecture. The aging freeze, the tonal shift, the celebrity flood, the increasingly weightless consequences, the fact that Homer can survive anything, endure anything, recover from anything, because his body is in a hospital bed and cannot be harmed by what his mind is experiencing. Survival is easy in a dream. Nothing that happens to your dream self costs you anything. The body doing the real surviving is the one in the bed, the one being monitored and maintained by the nurses who change the bags and check the monitors and occasionally wonder, quietly, whether he hears any of this. There is one more dimension to the coma theory, and it is the one that stays with you longest. If Homer has been dreaming since 1993, if every episode since then is his unconscious mind constructing and reconstructing a version of the life he can no longer access, then the emotional core of the show shifts completely. The comedy remains. The jokes are still there. But underneath the comedy is something else. Something that looks in the right light like grief. Homer's deepest wish, the one that organizes every dream his unconscious mind constructs, is the simplest wish imaginable. He wants to be home. He wants Marge to still love him. He wants Bart to still be his exasperating, mischievous, fundamentally good-hearted son. He wants Lisa to play her saxophone in her room while he falls asleep on the couch. He wants Maggie to still be small enough to hold in one arm. He wants Friday night at the Simpson house to last forever. And in the coma, it does. The dream gives him what he wants. Over and over, every episode. The same family in the same house, cycling through adventures and disasters and arguments and reconciliations, and at the end of every cycle, coming home. The family always intact, the house always warm, the kids always exactly as he left them. Homer's coma is not a nightmare. It is the heaven that a man like Homer Simpson would design for himself if given unlimited time and a dreaming mind. A house on Evergreen Terrace where nobody ever grows up and nobody ever leaves. And the beer is cold and the television is on and his family is right there where he can see them. Every episode that has ever aired since April of 1993 is an act of love from an unconscious man who cannot let go of the only thing that has ever truly mattered to him. And every time the credits roll and everything goes back to normal, every time the world resets and the consequences vanish, and Springfield is exactly as it was before. It is not lazy writing. It is a dreaming brain refusing to let the story end. Because if the story ends, Homer has to find out whether anyone is still sitting beside his bed, whether the years he spent in the dream were the same years Marge spent waiting, whether his children are still children, or whether they grew up in the real world without him there to see it. And there is a third possibility, the one that nobody in the coma theory discussion wants to look at directly. That Homer does not wake up at all. That the dream simply runs until it runs out, and then there is nothing. And the family in the hospital room folds up their chairs and goes home, and Springfield continues its strange, frozen, radiation-soaked existence without the man who is dreaming it. The show will never confirm this. It will never disprove it either. Because the evidence for it is the show itself. Every episode, every reset, every impossible survival, every celebrity who shows up for no reason, every season that passes without anyone growing a day older. The theory lives in the structure of the show the way the radiation lives in Springfield's water supply. You cannot point to a single episode and say, here, this is the proof. The proof is the whole thing. The coma theory is the whole thing. Section 4. Who shot Mr. Burns? The full case file. It was the summer of 1995. The Simpsons had been on the air for 6 seasons. It was the dominant cultural force in American television comedy, arguably the dominant cultural force in American entertainment full stop, and it was about to attempt something that animated television had never tried before. A genuine mystery, a true whodunit, designed with care, built with clues, promoted across the country, as a puzzle that viewers could actually solve before the answer was revealed in the fall. The episode was called Who Shot Mr. Burns? And before we talk about the mystery itself, before we get into the evidence and the alternate theories and the questions that the official resolution never really answered, it is worth spending a moment with the events that led to the shooting. Because the build-up to that moment is one of the most remarkable pieces of sustained storytelling the show has ever produced. Burns had gone too far. Over the course of the first part of the episode, Burns commits a series of acts that are, by any reasonable standard, catastrophic for the community of Springfield. He discovers that an oil well has been located beneath Springfield Elementary School, and he reroutes the drilling operation so that the school receives none of the benefit, gutting its budget and eliminating programs that children depended on. He maneuvers to bankrupt Moe's Tavern, destroying the livelihood of a man who had nothing else. He creates a sinkhole that collapses the Springfield Retirement Castle, displacing its elderly residents. He has Santa's little helper injured, and then, for his final act, Burns builds a device. A large mechanical disc installed at an elevated position overlooking Springfield, capable of blocking the sun over the entire town. Burns deploys this device, plunging Springfield into permanent shadow, for the explicit purpose of forcing every resident to purchase electricity from his power plant because they will have no natural light. He steals the sun. That is not a metaphor. Charles Montgomery Burns takes the sun away from an entire town because he wants more money. And when Smithers, his lifelong loyal assistant, protests this act on moral grounds, Burns fires him. By the end of the episode, every single person in Springfield has a reason to want Burns dead. The show takes its time establishing this. Homer, who has worked for Burns for years and has never once been correctly identified by name, Burns calls him everything from Blinky to you, the round fellow, reaches a breaking point when Burns fails to recognize him at the town meeting. Bart and Lisa have watched their school stripped of its funding. Grandpa Simpson is homeless after the retirement home collapsed. Groundskeeper Willie lost his job. Tito Puente, a music teacher at the school, lost his program. Moe lost his bar. Smithers, freshly fired and spiraling, is wandering the streets. And then the town meets. They gather to confront Burns at a public forum, and the tension in the room is visible, and multiple characters are shown carrying weapons, and Burns is his usual imperious self, dismissing the crowd's anger with the contempt of a man who has never once in his life been made to face real consequences. And then the shot rings out. Burns collapses. He staggers to the town sundial and falls, his hands coming to rest on 2 specific letters carved into the stone. W and S from the perspective of someone watching. Or, from Burns's perspective, looking up from where he has fallen, M and S. He is taken by ambulance. The screen goes dark. America spends the summer wondering. The official answer, delivered in the season 7 premiere, is Maggie Simpson. According to Burns's testimony from his hospital bed, he encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He attempted to take her lollipop. His gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. His hands on the sundial, pointing to M and S, indicated his attacker. Chief Wiggum declares the case closed. Now let's look at whether the case actually holds together. The contest that Fox ran in the summer of 1995 invited viewers across the country to submit their guesses for the shooter. The prize was significant. The winner would be animated into a future episode of the show. Thousands of entries were submitted, and according to the DVD commentary on the episodes, not a single randomly sampled entry contained the correct answer. Nobody in the sample guessed Maggie. The show's writers found one person, precisely one, who had posted the correct answer to a Simpsons discussion group online on the night of the original broadcast. But that person was using a college internet account, and by the time the writers went looking for them after the contest ended, the account had been deactivated. They could not be found. The one person who figured it out had vanished, and the prize was distributed to a random entrant who did not have the correct answer. Think about what that means. The show ran a national contest based on the premise that the mystery was solvable from the clues provided in Part 1. They promoted it as a genuine puzzle, and when the answer was revealed, essentially nobody had cracked it. Either the clues were genuinely insufficient, the red herrings too overwhelming, or the answer did not follow as naturally from the evidence as the show wanted viewers to believe. Then there is the sundial. Burns falls, his hands land on W and S or M and S depending on perspective, and the show presents this as the key clue, the thing that cracks the case open. But Burns himself, in his hospital room testimony, states explicitly that his hands landing on those letters was not intentional. He did not position himself to point at his attacker's initials. He fell. The sundial was there. His hands ended up where they ended up. The single most prominent piece of physical evidence in the entire investigation is, by the victim's own account, a coincidence. The show uses it as the central justification for its conclusion, and the person it supposedly came from explicitly disclaims it. Then there is the question of the gun. Burns carries a gun in a holster, and the show establishes in the lead-up to the shooting that the holster is empty before the attack. Burns had already lost his weapon before he was shot. Whoever shot Burns used Burns' own gun, which means the shooter was someone who came across the weapon by chance, rather than someone who arrived with the intention of committing violence. Most of the suspects at the town meeting had weapons of their own. They brought them because they were angry. The person who shot Burns did not bring a weapon because that person did not plan to shoot anyone. They found a gun and used it impulsively. A baby stumbling across a fallen gun fits this profile. But so does almost anyone who was in that parking lot without a weapon of their own. Then there are Burns' last words before the shooting. The show depicts him saying, upon seeing his attacker, something to the effect of, "Oh, it's you." Not in a tone of surprise or fear, in the tone of recognition. He knows this person. He has seen them before. He is not alarmed by their presence, which is why he doesn't react defensively until it is too late. Has Burns ever had a meaningful prior interaction with Maggie Simpson? Is there an established relationship between them? Some previous encounter that would explain why Burns would look at the infant and respond with that specific kind of casual, familiar recognition? The show does not establish one. Burns can barely remember Homer's name, and Homer has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would see a baby in a parking lot and respond with, "Oh, it's you," as if greeting an acquaintance requires a stretch. Burns says those words to someone he knows, someone whose presence he expects, someone he would not immediately perceive as a threat. Then, in the 18th season, Homer Simpson claims that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it out loud, on camera, in a conversational context. Nobody investigates. Nobody reopens the case. It is treated as a throwaway moment. Either Homer is lying, which is entirely consistent with his character and his love of dramatic self-aggrandizement, or he is telling the truth, in which case the official verdict is wrong, and a baby was blamed for a crime her father committed. And if the official verdict is wrong, then everything that justified it, the DNA evidence pointing to a Simpson, the sundial, Burns's testimony from a man who had just woken from a coma with a bullet wound, was either manufactured, misinterpreted, or both. One of the most carefully constructed, alternate theories involves Marge. The case for Marge is surprisingly strong. She watched Burns destroy her children's school, injure her family's dog, remove the sun from her town, and ruin the lives of people she cared about. She had motive as significant as anyone else in Springfield. She was almost certainly at that town meeting as a central member of the community and as someone with multiple personal grievances against Burns. And there is a piece of the show's history that the Marge theory calls on in a way that is hard to dismiss. In an earlier episode, Burns falls briefly and somewhat grotesquely in love with Marge. He pursues her with the uncomfortable persistence of a man who is accustomed to getting what he wants. The episode resolves with Burns stepping away from that pursuit, but it establishes something important. Burns has a personal attachment to Marge that goes beyond the purely transactional. He has feelings for her, or something that functions in Burns's emotional landscape as feelings. If Marge was the shooter, if Marge walked out of that town meeting and found Burns's gun and made a decision in the parking lot that she has never publicly acknowledged, then Burns's behavior in the hospital makes sense in a way it does not. If Maggie is the shooter, Burns wakes up. He knows who shot him. He looks around the room and makes a choice. He protects her. He allows the investigation to run in whatever direction it runs, and when he is asked to identify his attacker, he gestures at the only person in the room who could be blamed without consequence. The baby. The baby who cannot be prosecuted. The baby who cannot deny the accusation or confirm it or give testimony of any kind. The baby whose guilt costs nobody anything and whose framing protects the woman Burns could never quite stop thinking about. Chief Wiggum says it himself in the resolution episode. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Except, he notes, possibly in Texas. Maggie is the perfect accused. She is the person who, if blamed, causes no damage to anyone. Burns identifies her, the case is closed, and the real shooter, Taiba, whoever that was, walks away without ever being named. The show knows this theory has merit. The final shot of the resolution episode is constructed too carefully to be accidental. Everyone has left the hospital room. Maggie is alone. She looks around, slowly and deliberately, making sure she is not being observed. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show presents this as confirmation. Maggie did it. Look, she is replaying it. She is confessing through gesture to the act she committed. But watch that scene again with fresh eyes. Maggie is 1 year old. She has been in a room where a shooting has been discussed, where adults have been reconstructing the events of that night, where the physical gestures of what happened have been acted out and described and mimed in her presence. She is a baby who has spent hours in a room where the central topic of conversation has been a gunshot, and she mimics the gesture involved. This is what babies do. They watch the adults around them and they copy what they see. Maggie is not confessing. She is imitating. She saw someone do that. She is repeating the motion, the way an infant repeats any motion that has been prominent in the environment around them. If the shooter was present in that hospital room, if the real person who pulled the trigger stood there and listened to the discussion of their own crime without ever being suspected, then Maggie saw what they saw. And the gesture she makes when she is alone is not her crime. It is her memory of someone else's. The alternate endings tell their own story. A complete alternate resolution was filmed and fully produced, in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. Full length, fully voiced, fully animated. This is not a concept that was drafted and abandoned. It was made. It was shown eventually as part of a clip show that framed it as the version that did not happen, with a character explicitly noting that ignoring the DNA evidence to reach that conclusion would be unreasonable. That framing is itself a reference to the O.J. Simpson trial, which had concluded the previous year and which had demonstrated to the national consciousness that DNA evidence could be presented, argued, and disregarded by a jury. The show winks at you. It tells you directly that the official verdict and the correct verdict are not necessarily the same thing. It tells you that evidence can be arranged to support whatever conclusion those in power want it to support. And then it shrugs and moves on, and the official answer remains Maggie. An early draft of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers genuinely considered sending Barney to prison. The clues in Part 1 were adjusted to accommodate whichever answer the writers eventually settled on. The mystery was not solved by following the clues to their logical destination. The destination was chosen, and the clues were arranged to point toward it. Springfield's greatest mystery was never truly solved. It was administered. The investigation ran until someone decided it had run far enough, and then the answer was named, and the case was closed. And the town moved on to the next thing, which is exactly how Springfield handles every uncomfortable truth that it cannot afford to sit with too long. Section 5. The oldest man in America. Let us talk about Burns for a while. Not the Burns who fires Smithers and blocks the sun and keeps a pair of human skeletons in his basement. Not the Burns who is the recurring villain, the billionaire antagonist, the man whose name Homer cannot remember even after working for him for decades. Let us talk about the Burns who exists at the edges of those stories, the one the show reveals in fragments and then retreats from, the one whose true nature only becomes visible when you start tracking him across the full span of the series. Let us talk about how old he is, and what that actually implies. The show has never fixed Burns's age with precision. It has been stated, implied, contradicted, revised, and approached from so many different angles, across so many different episodes, that the most honest thing you can say is that the show has deliberately made his age impossible to determine definitively. But every version of the timeline places his birth somewhere in the second half of the 19th century. Burns has personal memories of events from before the turn of the 20th century. He has referenced the Gilded Age not as history learned from books, but as lived experience, as a time he remembers the way you remember your own youth. He served in World War II in a capacity that was, the show makes clear, morally complicated at best and actively villainous at worst. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the American government during wartime and kept it hidden for decades. He has described relationships with historical figures who died before anyone currently alive was born. By the most conservative reading of the available evidence, Burns is somewhere north of 100 years old. By a more generous reading, he may be substantially older. The show places his Yale attendance in a context that suggests it predates most living memory, and the Burns family wealth is described as predating the Industrial Revolution. He is, by any reasonable calculation, an impossibly old man, and yet he functions. That is the detail the show keeps returning to. Not that Burns exists, which might be explained away as cartoon logic, but that he operates. He runs a corporation. He navigates modern finance and modern law and modern politics with a strategic intelligence that none of the younger characters around him can match. His body is frail, and his physical strength is essentially nil, but his mind is razor sharp. Burns is arguably the most cognitively capable character in all of Springfield, exercising a level of sustained, sophisticated long-term thinking that his century or more of opponents have consistently failed to counter. How does he do it? The Springfield Files episode, which we have already visited in the context of the radiation theory, provides the most explicit answer the show has ever given. The weekly treatments, the radiation, the glowing. The fact that without the treatments, Burns's biological processes cannot sustain themselves for more than 7 days. Burns is not alive in any natural sense. He is maintained. He is serviced like a machine that cannot be powered down without everything it supports ceasing to function as well. His body has reached a state where it is no longer capable of the ordinary cellular renewal that keeps a human being alive through normal biological processes. Whatever has happened to him over his decades of proximity to nuclear material, whatever the treatments are doing and whatever they have done to him, over years of administration, Burns has crossed some threshold beyond which he is no longer operating on the same biological terms as anyone else in Springfield. He is powered by the same thing his plant leaks. He needs what his plant produces. He and the plant are the same system. You cannot separate the man from the reactor any more than you can separate a town from the thing that provides its electricity. There is the matter of his immune system, described in that unforgettable scene where a doctor lists every disease known to medical science, and confirms that Burns has all of them simultaneously. The Three Stooges syndrome, as the doctor names it, every illness competing for priority so aggressively that none of them can gain dominance. Burns is the sickest man in the country and the healthiest both at once, in a state of equilibrium so precise that it functions as a kind of immortality. As we have already explored, this equilibrium does not maintain itself. The treatments maintain it. The weekly dose of whatever Burns receives, and the show is deliberately vague about the specific medical content, which is itself a kind of choice, is the mechanism by which every disease in his body is kept at its current level rather than advancing. It is not a cure, it is a stasis. Burns's diseases are frozen in place the way Springfield's residents are frozen in place, the way time is frozen in place, the way everything in this universe that should be changing is being held still by some force that the show has never fully named. And Smithers is the keeper of the mechanism. This is something the show has suggested many times in different ways without ever stating directly. Smithers' devotion to Burns is real. The emotional dimension of it is genuine and complex and deserves more analysis than it usually receives. But the devotion is also structural. Smithers manages Burns's calendar. Smithers ensures that the weekly appointments happen. Smithers monitors Burns's physical condition with the vigilance of someone who understands that slippage in this monitoring is not a minor failure. It is death. The show has depicted scenarios where Smithers is removed from his role, voluntarily or otherwise, and in every such scenario, Burns immediately begins to deteriorate. Not emotionally, physically. He cannot remember how to do basic things. He cannot navigate his own schedule. He is helpless in ways that go beyond dependency on an efficient assistant and suggest something closer to physiological need. Without Smithers, the treatments would not happen. Without the treatments, the disease equilibrium would fail. Without the equilibrium, everything that should have killed Burns decades ago would finally win. Smithers is not just a loyal employee. Smithers is a life support system with a personality. Now consider Burns's relationship with history. The show has been generous over the years with glimpses of what Burns has done and seen and participated in across his impossible lifespan. He knew Howard Hughes. He had dealings with John D. Rockefeller's associates. He has referenced the Spanish-American War not as something he read about, but as something he remembers, with the casual specificity of personal recollection. He served in World War II, which at his estimated age would have meant serving in his 50s or 60s at minimum, in a body that even then was being held together by some form of artificial maintenance. The Burns family itself is presented as something even older and stranger. The Burns dynasty is described as one of the oldest lineages of concentrated wealth in American history. Not just wealthy, but foundationally wealthy, the kind of wealthy that built the infrastructure of the country and then charged the country to use it. They were not industrialists who made their money in the 19th century. They were the people the industrialists paid tribute to. And the question that the show floats and never answers is whether the current Burns is unique. Whether his ability to survive this long through artificial means is something he developed on his own, or whether the Burns family has always found ways to extend its hold on power beyond what normal human lifespans would allow. If the patriarch before Burns also lived to an impossible age, also found ways to prevent death from claiming him on the usual schedule, then the accumulation of Burns' family power across generations starts to look less like ordinary, aristocratic succession and more like something closer to a dynasty with a biological strategy. The show does not confirm this, but it establishes the Burns family as having been in continuous, uninterrupted control of their fortune for longer than most American institutions have existed, which is a kind of continuity that normal generational succession cannot fully explain. Children inherit. They build on what they have. They make their own decisions and add their own chapters. But they also die, and the wealth passes on and changes hands. And across enough generations, the original family loses its direct control even if the money persists. Unless someone at the top of the family never dies. Burns has come closer to death than almost any other character in the show. He has been shot. He has been hospitalized more times than any episode has ever cataloged. He has been poisoned, abandoned, assaulted, and depleted. And every time he returns. Not through the cartoon resilience that Homer displays, where the body absorbs punishment and bounces back through some unexamined logic. Burns returns through infrastructure, through money, through the machinery of wealth he has spent a century building specifically to ensure his own continued existence. Homer survives because the show needs him to. Burns survives because he has been engineering his survival for longer than anyone in Springfield can remember. Every dollar he has ever spent, every politician he has bought, every doctor he has retained, every piece of research he has funded, every favor he has called in, and every enemy he has made, and every institution he has quietly corrupted over the course of an impossible lifespan, it all serves a single purpose. Keep the treatments coming. Keep the diseases in equilibrium. Keep the reactor running. Because if Burns dies, the system dies. The power plant loses its operator and its protector. The economy of Springfield, which is built around the plant, begins to unravel. The violations get addressed. The contamination gets assessed. The bodies in the basement get found. Everything that has been held in place by Burns's continued existence, the town's economy, its cognitive state, its peculiar relationship with time and consequence, suddenly has to reckon with the absence of the man who made it all function. Springfield cannot kill Burns. Springfield cannot survive without Burns. And Burns cannot die because dying would mean the system he built finally has to answer for what it has done to the people who live inside it. Mr. Burns is the oldest man in America. He may be the oldest man anywhere. He is kept alive by weekly radiation treatments that would kill anyone else, sustained by a fortune that predates the Republic, protected by a devoted assistant whose devotion is functionally a medical necessity, and surrounded by a population too altered by decades of exposure to even register that their employer emits visible light when he walks through the woods at night. He is not immortal. He is something worse than immortal. He is too expensive to die. And Springfield will keep paying the bill for as long as Burns keeps the lights on, which, if the treatment schedule holds, will be forever. Section 6. The Town That Voted for the Lie. There is an episode of The Simpsons that a significant portion of the show's fan base considers its worst. Not the weakest comedy, not the most disappointing concept, but the one that most fundamentally betrayed what the show was supposed to be. The one that broke something. It aired on September 28, 1997. It is called The Principal and the Pauper. 28 years of fan resentment. 28 years of appearing on lists of the show's low points. The episode has a specific reputation for destroying a character the audience had grown attached to, and for treating the contradiction of established canon with what seemed like breezy disregard for continuity. But what if the hatred is misdirected? What if the episode is not the moment The Simpsons stopped caring about its own world, but the moment it showed its audience exactly how that world actually works? Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary is holding an event to honor Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. It is a warm occasion, a community celebration for a man who, whatever his faults and neuroses, has devoted 2 decades to the children of Springfield. The gymnasium is full. People are proud of him. Then a stranger walks in. He is a man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, United States Army, Vietnam veteran, prisoner of war. The real Seymour Skinner. The man Springfield has known as their principal for 20 years is not who he says he is. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. He was, before the Vietnam War, a petty criminal, a street kid with no particular future and no particular direction. He was drafted. He served in the same unit as the real Seymour Skinner. And when the real Skinner was captured by enemy forces and presumed killed, Tamzarian, consumed by guilt over surviving when his commanding officer did not, traveled to Springfield to deliver the news to Skinner's mother, Agnes. Agnes, who was alone and frightened and needed her son to be alive more than she needed the truth, simply assumed that Tamzarian was Skinner. And Tamzarian, who had never been wanted anywhere, who had never had a family or a home or an identity worth protecting, did not correct her. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the life, the mother who had never really been his. He took the principal's job and the relationship with Agnes and the dynamic with Bart Simpson and the military backstory and everything else that came with the stolen identity. He lived inside it for 20 years. And then the real man walked through the gymnasium door, and the charade ended. Now pay attention to what happens next, because this is the part the audience rejected, and this is the part that contains the most important truth the show has ever told about itself. Springfield holds a town meeting. Both Skinner and Tamzarian are present. Every resident of the community now knows the full truth. Their principal is a fraud. The man who has been running their school and participating in their civic life for 2 decades constructed his entire identity from borrowed materials. The real person whose life was stolen is standing right there, in the same room, alive and documented. The town debates what to do, and the verdict is unanimous. They keep the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree. Armin Tamzarian is henceforth to be considered Seymour Skinner. The real Seymour Skinner, the actual decorated veteran who survived a prisoner of war camp only to come home and find his life occupied by a stranger, is tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from Springfield. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal, punishable by torture, the episode specifies, to ever mention the truth again. A community in full possession of the facts looked at the truth and the lie side by side and chose the lie. They signed off on it. They gave it legal standing. They criminalized the act of acknowledging what actually happened. And the person who embodied the truth, the man who was proof that the official story was false, they put him on a train and sent him away. Fan reaction was immediate and hostile. Harry Shearer, who voices both Skinner and Burns, stated publicly that he disliked the story. Critics argued that the episode had destroyed Skinner's character retroactively, making everything the audience knew about him, his military service, his relationship with his mother, his antagonistic chemistry with Bart, a lie rather than a history. The episode ranked among the worst of the series for years and has never fully recovered its reputation. But here's what everyone who hated this episode was actually objecting to. They were objecting to the show telling them the truth about Springfield. Because Springfield has always operated this way. The episode did not invent the mechanism, it just performed it in front of the audience in real time, with the vote visible, with the legal decree audible, with the exile of the truth carried out on screen, instead of happening between episodes the way it usually does. Think about how many times Springfield has experienced something that should permanently alter the reality of the town. The dome lowered over the entire community by the federal government in the Simpsons movie. The numerous times the town has been destroyed and rebuilt. The alien encounters in the Treehouse of Horror episodes, some of which feel uncomfortably close to canon. The sun being blocked. Nuclear near misses. Environmental catastrophes. Events of genuine world-altering significance, any one of which should leave lasting marks on the community that experienced them. And by the following episode, every time it is gone. Nobody remembers. Nobody references the previous disaster. The slate is clean. The town is exactly as it was. Fans call this episodic storytelling. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain cycling between dream states. The radiation theory calls it cognitive damage from chronic neurological exposure. All of these are valid frameworks. The principal and the pauper offers a fourth explanation. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset. Collectively, deliberately, through an unspoken social contract that everyone honors because the alternative is too dangerous to contemplate. The contract says, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. We will treat the lie as truth and the truth as criminal, and anyone who breaks this contract will be removed from the community. This is not a cartoon convention. This is a description of how small communities actually function when they cannot afford the cost of honest reckoning with their own history. Small towns bury things. Crimes get covered over by the passage of time and the social pressure of people who need to keep living near each other. Scandals are managed through collective silence. Uncomfortable truths are revised until the official version is the only version anyone can access. And the people who remember the original version learn, usually without anyone having to tell them directly, that their memories are not welcome here. The principal and the pauper does not depict an extreme or fantastical version of this phenomenon. It depicts it with the mechanism fully visible, and the mechanism is exactly what you would expect from a community that has survived the things Springfield has survived. If the people of Springfield fully reckoned with what the nuclear plant has done to their town, they would have to confront the plant. Confronting the plant means challenging Burns. Challenging Burns means risking the economic foundation that the plant provides. And without the plant, the town has no economy and no power supply and no reason to exist in its current form. So they do not reckon with it. They drive past the cooling towers every morning and they do not look at them. And they eat the fish from the river without asking why the fish have 3 eyes. And they watch their neighbors display characteristics that should prompt urgent medical questions. And they do not ask those questions, and they maintain collectively and quietly and with the same kind of consensus that a town meeting would formalize if they ever had to formalize it, that everything is fine. Everything has always been fine. Everything will continue to be fine. And anyone who says otherwise can follow the real Seymour Skinner down the railroad tracks. The real Seymour Skinner is the most instructive character in the episode. He shows up with proof. He is the proof. His existence is the refutation of the official story, physical and undeniable and standing right in front of the community in a gymnasium. He does not ask for anything complicated. He does not demand punishment for Tamzarian or restitution for himself. He is simply there being the truth, and the truth is enough to make Springfield want him gone. Because the truth in Springfield is not a problem that gets solved. It is a problem that gets exiled. Now sit with the episode in the context of the coma theory. If everything since 1993 is Homer's dream, then the principal and the pauper is Homer's unconscious mind constructing a scenario in which an entire community votes to sustain a comfortable lie against all evidence, to choose the familiar fiction over the disruptive reality, to exile the person who proves the lie as a lie. Homer's coma is itself a comfortable lie from inside the dream. Inside the dream, Homer is home. Inside the dream, his family is intact, and his children are young, and his wife loves him, and his life makes a kind of warm, chaotic, donut-scented sense. The lie is the dream. The truth is whatever is happening in the hospital room. Homer's unconscious mind builds a town that votes to sustain lies because that is the kind of town that would allow a coma to function as a home. A town that criminalizes the act of waking up. Armin Tamzarian is still in Springfield. He is still pretending to be someone he is not. The town is still pretending to believe him, and the real Seymour Skinner somewhere out on the other side of the Springfield town. Line is the only honest man this story produced, and he was expelled from it for that reason alone. Section 7. The quietest person in the room. Of all the mysteries in Springfield, this one is the most patient. It has been building for 36 years. It has never raised its voice. It has never demanded attention. It sits in the background of every family dinner, every road trip, every couch gag, watching the world with those enormous, still eyes, saying absolutely nothing. Maggie Simpson is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old since 1989. She cannot walk without falling. She has never learned to form words with any consistency. She communicates through pacifier sounds and pointed expressions and the occasional decisive action that nobody quite sees coming. She is also, by any honest reading of the evidence the show has provided across its run, the most capable person in her family. Possibly the most capable person in all of Springfield. Let's start with the shooting, not because it is the most important thing about Maggie, but because it is the thing everyone reaches for first, and it is worth getting the framing right before moving deeper. Whether or not Maggie pulled the trigger in the Burns shooting, and we have already explored why the official answer may not be the correct one, the aftermath of the official conclusion is striking. A baby was identified as having committed an act of violence against an adult. The investigation ran, the evidence was assessed, and the official conclusion was that, yes, this infant was responsible and there is nothing anyone can do about it. Chief Wiggum closes the case with the observation that no jury in the world would convict a baby. Now watch the final scene of the resolution episode. Everyone has left. The hospital room is empty except for Maggie. She looks around the room, slowly and deliberately. She turns her head to check that she is alone. Then, confirming her privacy, she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics a trigger being pulled. The show frames this as a confession. Maggie did it. Here she is, recalling it, reenacting it in the privacy of an empty room. Case closed. But watch it again. Notice the sequence of behaviors. She does not immediately make the gesture. She first checks that she is alone. She verifies that she is unobserved before she performs the action. This is situational awareness. This is the deliberate concealment of behavior that she understands would have consequences if witnessed. That is not infant behavior. Infants do not strategically delay actions based on social context. They do not perform privacy assessments before moving their mouths. What is performing a privacy assessment before making an incriminating gesture? An entity that understands the concept of evidence. An entity that understands that what it does can be used against it and that unobserved behavior is safer than observed behavior. Maggie is 1 year old and she is conducting social risk analysis. The longest daycare is the place to look if you want the clearest and most extended demonstration of what Maggie is actually capable of. It is a theatrical short film released in 2012, running approximately 7 minutes, nominated for an Academy Award. Its premise is simple. Maggie is dropped at a daycare facility where she encounters a caterpillar on the verge of becoming a butterfly. Another baby, a recurring background antagonist named Gerald, wants to destroy it. Maggie wants to protect it. What follows is a chase film, a heist film almost. Maggie navigates the facility's layout, assesses threats and obstacles, improvises solutions to problems she could not have anticipated, predicts the behavior of other parties in the environment, and executes a multi-step plan with timing and spatial awareness that would be impressive in an adult. She cannot walk reliably. Her motor development is genuinely that of a 1-year-old, but her decision-making is flawless. Every choice she makes is the optimal choice given the available information. Every improvisation when the plan changes is faster and better calibrated than the previous approach. Her body can barely support what her mind demands of it, and she makes it work through sheer cognitive compensation. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly across various episodes, and the results vary depending on what the episode needs, but the pattern is consistent. Maggie registers as extraordinary every time the question is asked seriously. Off the charts. Beyond standardized measurement. The show plays these moments quickly, for laughs, and moves on. But the accumulation of them is not accidental. It is a portrait of a mind that is extraordinary in ways that the people around it have consistently failed to notice. And that is the thing about Maggie, the most important thing. The silence is not developmental delay. The silence is a strategy. Look at what the show tells you about intelligence and visibility in the Simpson household. Lisa Simpson is brilliant. Lisa's IQ is exceptional. She is genuinely one of the most intellectually capable characters in the show's universe. And what has her intelligence gotten her? Social isolation. Mockery from classmates who resent her. Dismissal from adults who find her challenging. Marginalization from a community that is actively hostile to anyone who makes it feel inadequate. Lisa is the smartest person in almost every room she walks into, and the rooms punish her for it. Lisa makes her intelligence visible. She leads with it. She wears it on the surface as both weapon and shield, and the world of Springfield grinds against it constantly. She does not hide what she is. She insists on being what she is, and the cost is enormous, and she pays it every day, and she will keep paying it because that is who Lisa is. Maggie has watched this happen since the day she was born. She has observed her sister fight for recognition from a community that did not want to give it. She has seen what happens to the person who announces herself as the most capable entity in the room. And Maggie has drawn a conclusion from that observation that is, when you think about it, the most rational response a sufficiently intelligent entity could produce. Do not announce yourself. Do not make yourself visible. Let them believe you are exactly what they expect you to be. Passive, helpless, non-threatening, incapable. Give them the baby they are looking for. Let them underestimate you. Let them look straight through you. And while they are busy looking at everything else, accomplish whatever you need to accomplish in the spaces where nobody is paying attention. Think about Maggie's record through this lens. She shot a billionaire, and nobody suspected her until after the investigation had already moved through every other viable candidate. The daycare rebellion she led in various episodes succeeded because nobody maintains surveillance over infants they believe are incapable of organizing. Every time Maggie has intervened in a family crisis, the intervention has come from below the horizon of the family's awareness. She acts where she is not watched, in the moments when everyone else is looking at something louder and more obvious. She has designed her invisibility. A being of her cognitive capacity, surrounded by a family that includes Homer Simpson, does not accidentally fail to develop language for 36 years. She has made a choice about what to reveal and what to withhold, and what she withholds is everything. The radiation theory and the Maggie mystery connect in a way that adds texture to both. If the plant's contamination creates mutations in Springfield's residents, and if those mutations affect each individual differently depending on genetics and exposure and circumstance, then Homer and Maggie represent the two poles of what that mutation can produce. Homer's cognitive function was diminished, not caused by the radiation alone, the crayon is its own story, but the radiation context is part of the picture. His capacity for sustained analytical thought was compromised before he was ever old enough to know what that meant. Maggie's cognitive function was amplified. The same environmental cause, the same family, the same water and air and proximity to the plant, produced in the daughter something opposite to what it produced in the father. Where Homer's brain was reduced, Maggie's was enhanced to a degree the show has suggested cannot be fully measured. Homer and Maggie are the experiment's two extremes. He is what happens when the mutation takes something away. She is what happens when it gives something that should not exist. And if the coma theory is true, then Maggie's genius carries a weight that becomes almost unbearable to sit with. Homer, dreaming in his hospital bed, cannot watch his youngest child grow up. He cannot be there for the stages he missed. He cannot know what Maggie became, and so, in the dream, he makes her extraordinary. He gives her a mind that does not need him to develop. He builds, in the architecture of his unconscious, a version of his youngest child who will be safe and capable and unreachable even in his absence. Maggie's genius in the dream is Homer's prayer for the daughter he cannot protect. She does not need protection because the dreaming father gave her something better. He gave her a mind that can protect itself and then protect everyone else and never need to ask for help from anyone. Her endgame remains the show's most genuinely open question. She is the only Simpson whose future has never been decisively sketched. We have seen flash-forwards for Bart, for Lisa, for Homer and Marge in various alternate timeline episodes. We have never seen what Maggie becomes. The show has given us glimpses, moments where her intelligence flares and then is covered over again, moments where her capability expands briefly into visibility before she retreats behind the pacifier and the blank baby stare. She is waiting for something. The show has never told us what. Maybe she does not know yet, or maybe she has always known, has known since before she could walk. And the waiting is the strategy itself. Let the town keep running. Let Homer keep stumbling through work. Let Burns keep glowing in the dark. Let Lisa keep fighting battles she cannot win, and Bart keep provoking conflicts he cannot resolve. Watch, learn, wait. Maggie Simpson has been waiting for 36 years. Whatever she is waiting for, she has been patient about it in a way that should perhaps concern everyone in Springfield more than it does. Section 8. The Mother Who Left and the Man Who Stayed. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, there was a simple, settled answer to a question that the show did not draw attention to, but that shaped everything about Homer Simpson's character. His mother was dead. That was the official story. Abe Simpson told him so when Homer was young. There was a grave. Homer mourned in whatever way Homer mourns things, which is to say imperfectly and with more food than is probably recommended. And from that established fact grew the emotional architecture of everything Homer was. The desperate need for approval, the terror of abandonment, the clinginess toward Marge that sometimes expressed itself as love, and sometimes as a kind of frantic, needy grip. The willingness to absorb whatever Burns threw at him, rather than risk losing the stability of his employment. The deep, inarticulate longing at the center of Homer Simpson that the show treats sometimes as comedy, and sometimes, in its better moments, as something genuinely heartbreaking. Homer Simpson's entire personality is a coping mechanism for maternal loss. And in season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is Mother Simpson. It aired in November of 1995, and it is widely considered among the finest single episodes the show has ever produced. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working a Saturday. Standard Homer operation. The cover story requires him to visit the Hall of Records to correct a death certificate. And at the Hall of Records, while attempting to fix one piece of official misinformation, Homer discovers something that stops the episode in its tracks. His mother is alive. Her name is on no death certificate. The grave Abe showed him did not belong to her. It belonged to Walt Whitman, the poet, whose name Abe had apparently been presenting to Homer as his wife's burial site for his entire life. The lie was that simple and that sustained. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, visiting what she believes is her son's grave. She does not recognize him immediately. He is not the boy she left. He has become, in the years she was absent, someone she has to be introduced to rather than someone she already knows. The reunion, when it comes, is one of the show's most genuinely affecting scenes. A man in his mid-30s finding the mother he was told was dead. Her recognizing him. The years between them, enormous and uncrossable and completely intact. And then she tells him the truth. She did not die. She did not leave because she stopped loving him. She left because she was forced to, because Burns destroyed her life and left her no other option. The story goes back to 1969. Mona Simpson was not, before the events of that year, anyone particularly remarkable. She was a wife and a mother, living a quiet life in Springfield, while the world outside was convulsed by the Vietnam War and the Civil Rights Movement, and the slow, painful reorganization of American culture along lines that had been invisible for generations. She was ordinary. And then something changed. Mona was radicalized. She joined a group of activists, people the show calls hippies, with a fondness that does not quite obscure the seriousness of what they did. Their target was a biological weapons laboratory owned by Charles Montgomery Burns, a facility located in Springfield designed to produce weapons-grade pathogens. Germ warfare. In a town where people lived, where children played, where Homer Simpson was growing up, Burns was maintaining a facility for the production of biological weapons. That detail is dropped into the episode and never fully examined, and it deserves more than it gets. We have already established that the Springfield nuclear power plant is a horror show of unaddressed violations and unchecked environmental damage. But the plant, for all its dangers, is ostensibly a power generation facility. It produces something the town needs. Its dangers are, in a warped sense, the byproduct of a legitimate enterprise. The biological weapons lab is different. There is no legitimate use case for a private facility producing weapons-grade pathogens in the middle of a residential community. This is not a power plant with inadequate safety measures. This is a weapons program operated by a private citizen in a town that did not know it was there. Burns was not just poisoning Springfield through negligence. He was housing weapons of mass destruction there, in the same community where his workers lived and his executives shopped, and his nuclear plant's contamination was already working its way through the water supply. Mona and her group broke in. They detonated what the show describes as an antibiotic bomb, destroying the biological agents stored in the facility. They were successful. The weapons were neutralized. And during the chaos of the escape, Mona made the mistake that cost her the next 27 years. She stopped to help someone who had been knocked down in the confusion. The person she helped was Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed, and Burns saw her face. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not reach Homer or Abe. She could not explain what had happened or why she was leaving. She could only go, quickly and without looking back, and spend the next 3 decades living under the radar of an agency that had been put on her trail by the richest man in the town she used to live in. She kissed Homer while he was sleeping and vanished. He woke up and his mother was gone. Abe told him she was dead, and Homer spent the following decades carrying that loss without knowing that it was preventable, without knowing who caused it, without knowing that the man who signed his paychecks was the same man who took his mother from him. Now here is the conspiracy that grows from this. Burns did not merely identify Mona to the FBI. He maintained his pursuit of her actively, across decades. When Mona returns to Springfield in Season 7, Burns spots her almost immediately, through a cab window the show depicts, which is a detail that suggests either extraordinary vigilance or a monitoring capability that extends beyond what a private citizen should possess. He calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again, and Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time, knowing this time exactly why she is leaving and who is making her leave. Homer works for Burns. Homer has always worked for Burns. The man who signs his paychecks is the man who destroyed his family. And Homer, in the aftermath of learning this, does not quit, does not confront Burns, does not make the connection explicit in any way that leads to action. He returns to Sector 7G and to his chair and to his donuts and to his pattern of falling asleep at the panel, and the show moves on. This is played as a tragedy in the original episode. It is one of the show's most nakedly sad beats, but the radiation theory suggests an additional layer. Homer cannot make the connection between Burns the employer and Burns the persecutor of his mother because Homer's brain does not work that way. The cognitive damage is real. The capacity for sustained, analytical thinking that would allow him to trace the line from his mother's exile to the man he calls Mr. Burns see us is exactly the capacity that has been compromised. Homer can feel the weight of what was done to his family. He carries it every day in ways he cannot articulate, but he cannot think his way through the structure of it, cannot map the relationships, cannot follow the chain from effect back to cause, and identify the person who set everything in motion. Burns broke Homer before Homer was old enough to know he had been broken. Then there is the contractual arrangement. In a later season, the show reveals that Burns and Grandpa Simpson struck a deal. Burns had committed some crime. The specific nature of it is kept vague, as the show often keeps these things, and Abe discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns agreed to guarantee Homer's employment at the plant, no matter what, no matter how many violations Homer caused, no matter how many times he should have been dismissed, no matter what happened in Sector 7G or anywhere else in the facility. 742 documented errors, and Homer was never permanently let go. Homer's job security, the thing that has always felt like a bizarre cartoon convenience, the incompetent employee who cannot be fired, is not cartoon convenience at all. It is a contractual obligation brokered between an old man and his family's persecutor, signed in silence and maintained in secret for decades. Abe made a deal with the man who destroyed his family to protect his son from the consequences of his own limitations. And the terms of the deal required that Abe never explain it. So Homer never knew. He never knew his job was protected. He never knew why. He never knew that his continued employment, which he experienced as Burns's indifference or Burns's amusement, or simply the mysterious workings of a job he barely understood, was actually a piece of paperwork his father signed without telling him. 3 generations of Simpsons, each one damaged by Burns in a different way, who made a deal that compromised his integrity and required him to keep lying to his son for the rest of his life. Mona, who spent 27 years as a fugitive for the crime of trying to do the right thing. Homer, who inherited the consequences of everything done to his parents without ever understanding their architecture. And Burns at the center, unchanged across all of it. Having identified Mona in 1969 and having her removed. Having inherited Abe's silence. Having employed Homer, not as a kindness, not from sentiment, but as a functional requirement of the agreement with Abe and as the most useful kind of employee for the continued operation of the plant. A brilliant safety inspector would shut the plant down within a week. Homer ensures it keeps running. The show confirmed what Homer could have been in the episode that removes the crayon. Homer with normal cognitive function is articulate, insightful, capable of understanding complex systems and explaining them clearly. He writes a report on the nuclear plant that is good enough to trigger an investigation. He can see the world around him with something approaching clarity. He is not a genius, but he is a capable, functioning adult with the ability to engage with difficult information and draw reasonable conclusions from it. That is the Homer who would never have stayed at the plant. That is the Homer who would have looked at his employment history and asked questions about who he worked for and why the job had the protections it had and what the deal his father made actually meant. That Homer would have been dangerous to everything Burns had built. Burns never had to worry about that Homer. Because the Homer who existed in the real Springfield, the Homer shaped by the crayon and the radiation and the childhood defined by maternal loss, and the decades of exposure to the most contaminated workplace in America, was incapable of making those connections. Homer's suffering is not random. It is engineered. Every piece of it traces back to the same source. The crayon in the brain, the mother gone in the night, the father's deal with the devil, the job that can't be lost, the plant that won't be fixed, the radiation that never stops, the fog that never lifts. Burns did not set out to systematically dismantle the Simpson family across 3 generations. But he benefited from the results, and he maintained the conditions that kept producing them, and in any reasonable accounting of causes and effects. The difference between intent and outcome matters a great deal less than the outcome itself. Mona Simpson fought and lost. She destroyed a weapons lab and ran for 27 years, and came home twice and was expelled twice and died with her son holding her hand, and 30 years of stolen time pressing down on both of them. Her death scene is one of the show's quietest and most devastating. No jokes, no cutaway, no reset. Homer holds her hand. She goes. The years between them, which neither of them chose and neither of them could have prevented, are simply a fact now. A weight that will always have been there. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But underneath the jokes, underneath the bass, underneath 36 seasons of Homer falling downstairs and getting back up, there is a story about what happens to a family when one powerful man decides that their existence is inconvenient to his interests. Burns won. In the end, by any measure, Burns won. He kept the plant running. He kept Homer at the panel. He kept Mona away. He kept Abe silent. He kept Springfield in the dark, literally and figuratively, for decades. He is still there. He is still glowing in the woods on Wednesday nights. He is still too expensive to die. And Homer is still clocking in. Section 9. The Predictions. Phenomenon. No discussion of The Simpsons is complete without spending time on the thing that has made the show more famous in the 2000s than it was even at the height of its critical reputation. The predictions. The idea that a comedy show from 1989 has been accurately forecasting world events with a precision that defies reasonable probability, that the writers have somehow been seeing decades into a future they could not possibly have had access to. Let us go through the greatest hits, because they deserve the full treatment. In the year 2000, the show aired an episode called Bart to the Future, a flash-forward episode depicting Springfield in the near future. Lisa Simpson, adult Lisa, is the President of the United States. She is described as the first female president, and she inherits, upon taking office, a reference to the financial disaster left behind by her predecessor. Her predecessor is identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired in 2000. Donald Trump won the presidency in 2016. 16 years between the joke and the reality. In 1995, an episode depicted a device worn on the wrist that could display information and communicate with other devices. This predates the Apple Watch by 2 decades. In 1993, Homer travels to space with Buzz Aldrin in an episode that depicts commercial space tourism decades before companies like SpaceX made it a real industry. In 1998, a background detail in an episode shows a mathematical equation that a physicist later identified as a reasonable estimate of the mass of the Higgs boson particle, a particle that would not be experimentally confirmed until 2012, 14 years after the episode aired. In 1999, Homer proposed, in an episode, a model of the universe shaped like a donut. Years afterward, cosmologists analyzing radiation patterns from the early universe found data suggesting the universe might have a toroidal topology. In 1993, an episode called Marge in Chains depicted a flu virus originating in Asia spreading to Springfield, causing mass panic, supply shortages, and a frantic search for a vaccine. The episode aired 27 years before COVID-19. During that fictional outbreak, an accident also releases a swarm of killer bees, which lined up with the appearance of Asian giant hornets in the United States during the actual 2020 pandemic. In 1996, a throwaway gag in an episode depicted hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally booked with the London Symphony Orchestra. That exact collaboration occurred in 2024 at the Royal Albert Hall, 28 years after the joke. In 1998, the show depicted Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox as a satire of media consolidation. The actual acquisition happened in 2019. In multiple episodes across the years, the show depicted video calling technology, autocorrect errors, and surveillance culture in ways that anticipated the specific texture of modern digital life before that texture existed. The list goes on long enough that people have assembled dedicated databases of it, and new entries appear every few years as another real world event matches something from the show's archives. How? The official answer from the people who actually make the show is the simplest one imaginable. Al Jean, executive producer, has put it this way: throw enough darts at a target for long enough, and some of them will hit the bullseye. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of satirical observations, jokes, gags, background details, and cultural references. When you generate that quantity of content over that span of time, statistical probability alone guarantees that some of it will correspond to future events through coincidence. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its peak seasons, is more direct. Most of it is coincidence because the episodes are so old that history repeats itself. Fact-checking organizations have done the systematic work of going through the popular prediction claims and explaining the more mundane reality behind most of them. The Trump prediction is perhaps the most cited example. But Trump had been publicly discussing the possibility of running for president since the late 1980s. He gave interviews about it, he flirted with campaigns. He was, by 2000, already a recognizable figure associated with the concept of leveraging celebrity into political ambition. The Simpsons writers who conceived the Bart to the Future episode were not forecasting a specific outcome so much as following a visible trajectory to its satirical conclusion. The Disney-Fox merger prediction was similar. Media consolidation was an observable trend by 1998. Large corporations were acquiring smaller ones at an accelerating rate. Disney was already one of the most aggressively acquisitive companies in entertainment. Depicting a future in which Disney absorbed its competitors was not prophecy. It was extrapolation, which is what satire does by definition. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been among the most educated in television comedy. Harvard graduates, people with backgrounds in mathematics and computer science and economics and political theory. These are not people generating random guesses. They are highly trained observers of American culture spending their careers trying to identify where things are heading and then pushing those trajectories to their absurd logical extremes. That process is going to produce material that aligns with future developments, because the process is itself a form of analytical forecasting. The smartwatch was not a psychic vision. It was a reasonable inference from the observable miniaturization of computing technology. The space tourism episode was a reasonable extrapolation from the commercial space industry that was already being discussed in the early 1990s. The Higgs-boson equation in the background of a single episode was, according to the physicist who identified it, actually a fairly standard calculation that any physics-literate writer could have produced, and confirmation bias does the rest. Of the thousands and thousands of satirical observations the show has made about where American culture was heading, only a small fraction have corresponded to actual future events. The ones that did are remembered, shared, screenshotted, and held up as evidence. The ones that did not, the jetpacks and moon colonies and cultural shifts that never materialized, the political outcomes that went a different way, the technological developments that took different forms than the show imagined, are forgotten. Nobody assembles a database of Simpsons predictions that failed to come true. The highlight reel looks like prophecy. The full record looks like a smart show making educated guesses about a complicated world. And yet, there are cases where the coincidence is specific enough that even knowing the statistical explanation, you find yourself sitting with it for a moment before moving on. The Trump prediction did not just forecast that a celebrity would become president, it named Trump specifically, and it depicted him descending in a context that visually anticipates the specific imagery of his 2015 announcement more closely than general celebrity politician satire would strictly require. The Siegfried and Roy episode did not just joke about the general danger of performing with large predatory animals. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers, which corresponds closely to the actual 2003 incident, in which Roy Horn was critically mauled by one of their white tigers. These are not vague trend extrapolations that could match any number of specific future events. They are specific enough that the specificity itself is worth noting. This is where the most interesting theory about the predictions phenomenon lives, and it is neither a conspiracy theory nor a complete dismissal. The theory is that The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes it, not through magic, not through some secret writing room with access to classified information, through cultural influence, which is the most powerful and least visible force in the modern information environment. The Simpsons has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes have entered the American lexicon at a depth that is difficult to fully measure. Its observations have become part of the shared reference library that Americans use to understand their own culture. When the show makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream and circulates. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference point. It becomes something people think about when they see Trump on the news. The idea of a Trump presidency becomes familiar rather than shocking because the show has already told a version of that story. The joke does not predict the future. The joke makes the future feel like something that was always coming. It primes the cultural imagination for an outcome that might otherwise have felt more improbable. When the outcome arrives, the audience does not experience shock. They experience recognition. We have seen this before. The Simpsons already did this. The show did not predict Disney buying Fox. The show made media consolidation feel inevitable by treating it as obvious satire. When the merger happened, the cultural response included a significant component of course, The Simpsons told us this would happen, which is itself evidence that the show's depiction of the outcome had normalized the idea before the outcome materialized. Springfield does not reflect America. After 36 years, America has become Springfield. The show held up a mirror long enough that the reflection and the thing being reflected started to converge, and now it is genuinely difficult to say which direction the influence runs. The nuclear power plant as the source of community contamination, the corrupt billionaire as the town's economic anchor, the incompetent institutions, the collective amnesia, the population too distracted by immediate concerns to track the larger patterns of how they are being managed. These are not predictions of where America was heading. They are diagnoses of where America already was. The show just wrote them down first, in a form that millions of people could absorb through the comfortable medium of a cartoon family having funny adventures. The predictions are not supernatural. They are not evidence of secret knowledge. They are the natural result of an extraordinarily well-written show running for an extraordinarily long time, staffed by highly educated people who are paid to think about American culture analytically, filtered through the most powerful confirmation bias engine in human history, which is the internet and its capacity to preserve and amplify exactly the data points that support a compelling narrative while letting the rest go unnoticed. None of that makes the predictions less striking when you encounter them. Knowing how the trick works does not make the trick less impressive when you watch it performed. 800 episodes and 36 years have generated enough material that the hits, when they come, land hard. And they keep coming, which means that somewhere in the archives, in some background gag from 1996 or a throwaway line from 2003 or a visual detail nobody noticed when the episode first aired, there are things that have not happened yet. Things that will eventually happen, and when they do, someone will pull out the clip and the internet will say, "They knew. They always knew." And the writers, sitting in whatever passes for a Simpsons writer's room now, will shrug and say, "We did not know. We guessed. We made a lot of guesses, and some of them were wrong, and some of them were right, and we honestly cannot tell you which is which in advance." And then they will go back to work and write another episode and hide another detail in the background and wait. Section 10. The town with no coordinates. Where is Springfield? It is the most asked question in the history of the show. Thousands of people have assembled evidence across decades and presented it as proof that Springfield is in Oregon, or Ohio, or Kentucky, or New Hampshire, or Nevada, or any number of other states. Each case built on clues from specific episodes. Each case contradicted by clues from different specific episodes. The question has been pursued with the same dedication and the same essential futility as a mathematical problem that appears to have a solution until you try to verify it and discover that the answer changes depending on which calculation you use. The show's creator, Matt Groening, broke ranks in 2012. In an interview with Smithsonian Magazine, he confirmed that he named Springfield after Springfield, Oregon, the town near Portland where he grew up. He said he chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America, with towns called Springfield in dozens of states, and because using such a common name would make the location feel universally applicable. For approximately 2 days, the mystery was solved. Springfield was in Oregon. Groening said so. Case closed. And then episodes continued to air that placed Springfield in geographic contexts incompatible with Oregon. The writers kept planting clues that pointed elsewhere. The show proceeded as if the Smithsonian interview had not happened, or as if it had happened and they had decided to ignore it anyway. Groening's confession was absorbed and discarded by the machine of the show's ongoing production, and the geographic impossibility reasserted itself. Because the geographic impossibility is not a bug, it is a feature. It is arguably the show's oldest and most carefully maintained piece of architecture. And understanding why requires looking at what Springfield actually contains. Springfield has oceanfront property, and mountain ranges visible from the town, and desert landscape accessible within a day's drive, and active volcanoes, and farmland, and rivers and a gorge and a harbor, and forests and bluffs. It borders, across different episodes, Ohio and Nevada and Maine and Kentucky, which is geographically impossible even within America's flexible internal borders. It has been established as being near the Canadian border and near Mexico and near the coast and in the heartland, all without any of these placements ever being acknowledged as contradicting the others. Springfield does not exist in any American state. Springfield exists in all of them simultaneously. The surface-level explanation for this is well understood and has been confirmed by the show's creators. Springfield is meant to be universal. It is deliberately designed to feel like everywhere so that viewers from any part of America can look at it and see something of their own hometown. The geographic contradictions are intentional. They are the mechanism by which the show maintains its claim to represent not one region of America, but America itself. The American town as archetype, the American family as symbol, the American experience as something that belongs to everyone regardless of zip code. This is real. This is the explicit design philosophy. Groening has confirmed it. The writers have discussed it. It is not a hidden truth. But sit with it through the lens of what we have been building for the past several hours. If the radiation theory is true, if Springfield is a contamination zone where the normal rules of biology have been bent and broken by decades of nuclear exposure, then why should geography be exempt? The residents of Springfield have 4 fingers on each hand. Their fish have 3 eyes. Their oldest citizen is held together by controlled nuclear exposure and the logistical precision of a devoted assistant. If the biological rules do not apply in Springfield, what makes the physical rules different? Maybe Springfield's geographic impossibility is not a narrative device. Maybe it is another symptom of the contamination. The same force that mutated the fish and altered the residents and extended Burns's lifespan beyond any natural limit has also, at some point in the town's long contaminated history, warped the space around it. Compressed features that should be hundreds of miles apart into a single impossible region. Bent geography the way radiation bends biology. If the coma theory is true, the explanation is even simpler and even more intimate. Homer's dreaming mind does not contain a precise map of America. It contains impressions, fragments, emotional associations. It contains the ocean from a family vacation, and the mountains from a drive he once took, and the desert from a movie he saw, and the farmland from the drive out of Springfield toward a place he cannot quite remember. His unconscious mind assembled the town from every American landscape he ever encountered, layered them on top of each other without concern for geographic logic. Because dreams do not run on maps. Dreams run on feeling. Springfield feels like America because it is made from Homer's memory of America, which is incomplete and non-linear and organized by emotional weight rather than by coordinate systems. Homer's Springfield is everywhere he has ever been, compressed into a single impossible place that could not exist anywhere but that somehow exists everywhere. There is a darker reading as well, one that comes from the principle and the Popper framework about Springfield's machinery of denial. You cannot investigate a town you cannot find. This is not abstract. A nuclear power plant with 342 safety violations, operated by a man who has been alive for over a century, in a town whose residents display visible mutations, should attract regulatory attention from somewhere. The EPA showed up in the Simpsons movie, as we have already noted, and the government's response to what they found was to seal the entire town under a dome rather than address its source. Even federal intervention in this universe results in containment rather than remediation. But what if the difficulty of investigating Springfield is not just political? What if the geographic instability of the town's location is itself a protective feature? A jurisdiction that shifts, a state line that moves between episodes, a regulatory authority that varies depending on which version of the story you are looking at. These things have real consequences for accountability. If Springfield is in Kentucky when one set of episodes is watched, and in Ohio when another set is watched, and in an indeterminate northern state when a third set is watched, then no single regulatory body has consistent jurisdiction. No single state attorney general maintains ongoing oversight. No single EPA regional office has an unambiguous claim over the territory where the violations occur. Springfield floats between states because floating is safer than landing. Landing means accountability. Landing means someone shows up with a map and a badge and authority and starts asking questions. The three-eyed fish was national news for a moment in the second season. Where is the follow-up study? Where is the water testing? Where is the documentation of what the runoff has done to the ecosystem around the plant? It is lost somewhere between the state lines that keep shifting. It is in the jurisdiction of whichever regulatory body is currently not looking at Springfield, which is all of them, always, because they cannot find it on a consistent map. The show has offered at least one definitive answer, and even that answer is not quite what it appears to be. In the 12th season, a mockumentary episode called Behind the Laughter reveals the family's home state as Northern Kentucky. That aired in 2001. And in syndicated reruns of the same episode, the state identifier was changed to a different state entirely because the episode's location was not even consistent across different airings of the same episode. The answer literally depends on which version of the episode you are watching. The show gave you the truth and changed the truth depending on when you watched it. Even when Springfield has coordinates, those coordinates cannot be trusted. Every state in the Union has been theorized as Springfield's home. Every theory has evidence supporting it. Every theory has evidence that destroys it. The show has maintained this state of permanent geographic ambiguity for longer than most of its viewers have been alive. Not because it cannot decide where Springfield is, but because it decided long ago that ambiguity was more useful than precision. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. And a town that belongs to everyone is a town no single authority can claim. No single inspector, no single regulator, no single government office that could walk through the door and say, "This plant is ours to oversee, and we are going to oversee it properly, starting now." Springfield will never be located. Not because the answer is lost, but because the answer being lost is serving someone's interests, and Burns has been the primary beneficiary of Springfield's legal and geographic vagueness for the entire run of the series. The contamination continues. The violations remain unaddressed, and the town drifts cartographically between the lines on maps that were never drawn clearly enough to contain it. Section 11. The Man Who Keeps Dying and the Man Who Keeps Smiling. Two smaller mysteries now. Smaller in scope, but not in implication. Two characters who have been sitting at the edges of the Springfield story for 3 decades, each one carrying a question that the show has raised and then deliberately walked away from. The first is Hans Moleman. If you have watched The Simpsons with any regularity, you know Hans Moleman, even if you do not know his name. He is the tiny, elderly, nearly blind man. The glasses so thick they distort his eyes into small, uncertain circles. The shuffling gait. The perpetually defeated quality of his presence in any scene he occupies. He appears in the background of Springfield, a permanent fixture of the community's texture, and he exists primarily to be hurt. The body count is difficult to verify with precision because Moleman's deaths are spread across so many episodes and treated with such casual brevity that cataloging them fully would require a dedicated research project. But conservative estimates put the number in the dozens. He has been struck by cars, crushed by falling objects, buried alive, eaten by animals, struck by lightning, incinerated. He walks into traffic and disappears under wheels with the expression of a man for whom this has happened before and will presumably happen again. In regular, canonical episodes, not Treehouse of Horror specials, not dream sequences. In episodes set in Springfield's ordinary reality, Hans Moleman dies, and then he appears in the next episode alive and intact, and nobody comments on his return from the dead, and then he dies again. The running gag explanation is obvious and sufficient for most purposes. Moleman is a background character designed for physical comedy. His repeated deaths are the joke. The joke is that he keeps dying. Do not think about it, except that Moleman has said at some point in the show's history that he is 31 years old. 31 years old. Look at him. He appears to be in his late 80s or 90s at minimum. Something has aged him catastrophically, has compressed what should have been the normal physical development of a man in his 30s into the visible decline of someone approaching a century. Whatever caused that acceleration left him not merely old-looking, but also apparently indestructible and also apparently incapable of dying in any permanent sense. The radiation theory has the most coherent answer for Moleman among all the available frameworks. If the plant's contamination creates mutations across the spectrum of biological possibility, then Moleman may represent the most extreme case in the show's universe. A man whose biology has been so thoroughly altered by nuclear exposure that his body has lost the ability to maintain consistent aging while gaining some mechanism of biological reset after fatal trauma. He ages rapidly to a point, and then he dies, and then his cellular structure reconstitutes itself, and he starts again from where he was. The mutations gave Homer near invulnerability through durability. They gave Maggie an exceptional mind. They gave Moleman something stranger. An existence in which death is not an endpoint, but a phase, a momentary cessation that precedes continuation. If the coma theory is true, Moleman is something different. He is a background process in Homer's dream that the dreaming mind does not maintain with sufficient attention to keep him consistent. He dies because Homer's unconscious is not tracking him closely enough to keep him alive between scenes. He comes back because the dream needs a certain number of bodies to populate Springfield, and Moleman is one of the standard elements. He is the furniture that breaks and gets put back, a minor character who does not matter enough to the dream to have protected status, who can be killed and restored without the dreaming mind noticing the contradiction. If the collective denial theory from the principal and the pauper is true, then Moleman's deaths are just one more thing Springfield has agreed not to discuss. A man dies in public, repeatedly, in front of witnesses, and nobody investigates. Nobody examines the pattern. Nobody asks the obvious question that a man dying this often, and this visibly, and recovering this completely should prompt. The town has decided that Moleman's situation is not something that requires inquiry. It belongs to the same category as the three-eyed fish and the glowing employer and the principal who is not the principal, the category of things that Springfield knows and has decided not to know. 31 years old. Something did this to him. Something in the environment of Springfield took a man in the prime of his life and turned him into this, into someone who looks like the oldest and most battered person in town, while being technically younger than most of the adults around him. Something that also made him functionally immune to permanent death. And nobody in Springfield has ever asked what it was because asking would lead to the same place every question in Springfield leads. The plant, the cooling towers, the cracked concrete and the chewing gum patches, and the luminescent rats, and the water that has been carrying something invisible into the bodies of everyone who lives in this town for longer than anyone can remember. Now, let's talk about Ned Flanders, because Ned is the character the show has been quietly destroying with the most care and over the longest period of any character it has ever created. On the surface, Ned Flanders is the good man. He is generous to a fault. He is devoutly religious in a sincere and uncomplicated way. He is physically fit and financially responsible and patient in a manner that borders on the supernatural. He is Homer's neighbor, Homer's foil, the person Homer is objectively and measurably worse than in every practical dimension. He volunteers. He maintains his property. He is kind to the children in his community. He is an attentive father and a loyal friend, even to the people who treat him badly, which in his case means essentially everyone he interacts with regularly. The show has been punishing him for this his entire run. His wife Maud was killed by a misfire at a sporting event. A t-shirt cannon misfired in a direction it should not have fired, and the shirts hit Maud rather than the intended target because Homer, in a characteristically reflexive act of self-preservation, had dodged out of the way. Homer's selfishness created the conditions for Maud's death. Ned forgave him. Of course Ned forgave him. That is what Ned does. He forgives. He absorbs. He finds a way to attribute grace to situations that do not warrant it, to extract meaning from suffering that appears meaningless, to maintain the performance of goodness in the face of every provocation the universe delivers to his doorstep. The performance. The word matters, because there is an episode, one of the more genuinely unsettling pieces of character work the show has produced, in which Ned's house is destroyed by a hurricane and the community rebuilds it so poorly that it collapses almost immediately. And Ned, who has been accumulating losses and absorbing indignities and forgiving everyone around him for the entirety of his time in Springfield, breaks. He screams. He insults people. He says things he has been holding inside for years, maybe for his entire adult life, because everything he has been suppressing through the effort of sustained goodness comes flooding out in a moment of structural collapse, both literal and psychological. And he is institutionalized for it. The breakdown earns him a hospitalization and a psychiatric evaluation, and what the evaluation reveals is something that reframes every prior Ned Flanders scene you have ever watched. Ned was a violent child. His parents, committed to a non-interventionist philosophy that extended to refusing to discipline their son in any meaningful way, took him to a psychiatrist as a child who then spent years conditioning the aggression out of him through intensive behavioral modification. Ned's niceness is not a character trait that developed naturally. It is a psychological cage built around a feral child by a doctor who reprogrammed his emotional responses at a fundamental level. His patience with Homer is not saintly. His forgiveness is not gracious. These are programmed outputs. His brain, as a result of the conditioning he underwent, will not permit him to express the rage and grief and frustration that accumulate in him the way they accumulate in any human being who is treated unfairly over a long enough period. He cannot be angry in any sustained, functional sense. The conditioning prevents it. Every time he starts to reach for the anger that his circumstances fully justify, the programming activates and redirects him back to forgiveness, back to grace, back to the performance of goodness that has become the only emotional language he has access to. The episode understands this. The psychiatric treatment Ned receives restores him to functional niceness, which is to say it restores him to the psychological prison he has inhabited for his entire adult life. And he walks out of the facility and back into Springfield still unable to fully process what has been done to him or advocate for himself in any way that might protect him from continued damage. Now consider the religious dimension. Ned's faith is sincere. It is not performative in the way his niceness is performative. He genuinely believes in God. He genuinely prays. He genuinely tries to organize his life around a set of moral principles that he finds in his religion, and that he follows with the kind of consistency that most people who call themselves religious do not manage. The show has established that God exists in its universe. This is not ambiguous. Homer has spoken to God face to face twice. In the Homer the Heretic episode alone, God appears and has a conversation with Homer. Burns is not a character the show uses God to interact with. Lisa, the show's moral center in many ways, interacts with God through faith and prayer, but not through direct appearance. The show's God, to the extent that the show has a God, keeps showing up to talk to Homer. Homer, who sleeps through church, who finds his religion primarily in donuts and football, who does not particularly try to be good and does not experience significant guilt when he is not, who treats the concept of moral behavior as a set of vague guidelines that he might follow when convenient. God ignores Ned, the most devout, the most sincere, the most rigorously faithful character in all of Springfield. The man who has organized his entire life around his relationship with God has never once been visited, never had the conversation, never received the direct personal acknowledgement that the drunk who sleeps in the back pew gets on a semi-regular basis. This is the show's thesis, stated quietly and over a very long time. The Simpsons is not a show that rewards goodness. It is a show that describes a world in which goodness is not the variable that determines outcomes. Ned is good and his wife is dead. Homer is not good and his wife is patient and his family is intact. Burns is evil and he has been alive for over a century. Molman is nobody in particular and he dies over and over. The system does not reward virtue. The system rewards compliance or money or luck or the particular kind of cognitive damage that allows a person to keep showing up without understanding the full dimensions of what they are participating in. Ned Flanders is the most compliant man in Springfield, conditioned to compliance before he was old enough to understand what was being done to him. And his reward is a dead wife, a collapsed house, a neighbor who will never appreciate him, and the silence of a God who apparently prefers Homer's company. Homer is what happens when you do everything wrong in a world that does not punish wrongness. Ned is what happens when you do everything right in a world that does not reward rightness. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. The gap between them has never closed. Because in Springfield, the gap is not designed to close. The gap is the point. The system needs Homer at the plant, and Ned at the fence, and Burns at the top, and Molman in the street, and everyone exactly where they are. Forever, in the loop that never breaks. Section 12. The Loop That Never Breaks. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when the show debuted in 1989. He is 10 years old right now in whatever year you are watching this. Lisa was 8. She is 8. Homer and Marge were somewhere in their mid-30s, which is where they remain. Maggie was 1, and she is 1, and she will be 1 at the end of this. And she will be 1 when the show airs its 1,000th episode, if the show ever airs a 1,000th episode, and she will be 1 when people are watching these episodes on whatever format exists in 50 years. 36 years have passed in the world. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The floating timeline. The mechanism by which a television show maintains the fiction that its characters are always living in the present, without ever having to age, without ever having to resolve the questions that aging resolves, without ever having to confront the future that every living thing eventually arrives at. It is a production decision, a sensible, functional production decision that almost every long-running animated series uses in some form. Most shows that use it never prompt this kind of scrutiny because most shows do not run long enough for the gap between the fictional present and the real present to become its own story. If a show runs 5 years on a floating timeline, the age freeze is barely perceptible. If a show runs 36 years, the age freeze has become a 36-year absence of change that demands its own explanation. The most obvious problem is the backstory problem. When the show began, Homer and Marge's history was anchored to the late 1970s and early 1980s. Their courtship was set in a specific cultural moment. The music, the fashion, the references, all belonged to a particular era that made logical sense for parents in their mid-30s in the late 1980s. They met in high school. They fell in love. They had Bart. This history fit. But the floating timeline has been pulling the present forward for 36 years. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they did not meet in 1980. They met around 2005. Their high school experience was not defined by Watergate and disco. It was defined by MySpace and early YouTube. Their formative cultural touchstones were not the ones the early seasons depicted. The show has addressed this by revising the backstory repeatedly to maintain period-appropriate references. Homer and Marge have been redrawn as hippies, as grunge fans, as hipsters, as millennials, as each revision preserves the core of the story, the love, the courtship, the family, while updating the surrounding cultural context to fit the current decade's requirements for where mid-30-somethings would have grown up. Their history keeps changing. Their memories are not fixed. The story of how they became who they are has been told at least 4 different times with 4 different cultural settings. They are the same people in each telling, but the world they came from is different every time, which means Homer and Marge do not have a past in the way real people have a past. They have a draft, a working document, a version of history that is accurate until it needs to be revised to serve the present episode. Every single theory we have examined in this conversation converges on this point. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of an unconscious man, preserved at the last moment he experienced them. The radiation theory says nobody ages because their biology has been altered at a cellular level by decades of contamination, their normal biological processes disrupted in ways that include suspended aging alongside all the other mutations the environment has produced. The principal and the pauper theory says nobody ages because Springfield collectively agrees not to acknowledge time passing, the same mechanism by which the town agrees not to acknowledge everything else. The Burns immortality theory has already established that at least one person in this universe has found a way to survive beyond any natural lifespan, meaning the concept of biological time in Springfield is already negotiable for the right person with the right resources. All of these frameworks arrive at the same destination by different routes. Time is not functioning normally in Springfield. Whatever is happening there, the radiation, the coma, the collective denial, the billionaire's engineered immortality, has broken the mechanism by which time leaves its marks. The show has imagined its characters aging. It has imagined the future on multiple occasions, has shown us adult versions of the children, has provided glimpses through windows that it always closes again. Lisa's wedding from the 6th season shows an adult Lisa in her mid-20s, engaged to be married, making her way in a world that has moved past Springfield without being defined by it. The episode is emotionally rich. It depicts Lisa as the person she was always going to be, brilliant, principled, isolated in ways she has made peace with, searching for genuine connection in a world that has always found her slightly too much. The episode proves that the show can imagine growth. It can envision what these characters would become. It has the capacity to tell that story. It chooses not to. The flash forward is a single episode, a what if, a glance at a possible future. And then it ends, and Lisa is 8 again, and Bart is 10 again, and the door to the future closes, and the floating present resumes, as if the glimpse never happened. The show can imagine growth and refuses to allow it, not because the story's run out, but because the stopping point is itself the statement. This is the show's final, largest thesis. The Simpsons are the American family. Not one American family, not a specific family from a specific region of a specific decade. The American family as myth and symbol. They have been the American family for longer than any other fictional household in the history of the medium. And they have occupied that position with a consistency and a recognition that no other show has matched. When most of the world thinks of an American family sitting together on a couch in front of a television, they are thinking of The Simpsons, even if they do not consciously know it. And the American family, as the show has defined and maintained it for 36 years, cannot be allowed to change. Homer must always be middle-aged and incompetent, and somehow still employed and somehow still loved by a wife who deserves better. Because that particular combination of traits speaks to something about the American male experience that the culture needs a version of. Marge must always be patient, must always be the one who holds the structure together, must always be more capable than the circumstances she is navigating. Because that version of the American mother speaks to something the culture needs as well. Bart must always be the rebel, always be the one causing trouble without malice, always be on the edge of consequences without quite falling over, because the American culture needs its version of the kid who questions authority without the authority ever quite catching him. Lisa must always be brilliant and isolated and fighting for a world that will not meet her halfway, because the American culture has always needed and always underserved the version of itself that is Lisa. And Maggie must always be the possibility, the unspoken thing, the potential that has not yet been activated, the part of the family that is still forming, still becoming, still capable of being anything. The dynamic must be preserved. The structure must hold. Because the moment the Simpson family ages in any real sense, the moment Bart graduates high school and Lisa leaves for a university that can finally challenge her, and Maggie takes her second step and Homer retires and Marge is left alone in a house that has grown too quiet, the show does not continue as a comedy. It becomes something else. It becomes the story of time passing, of a family that was young once and is not anymore, of parents who were in their mid-30s once and are not anymore, of children who were funny and small and manageable once and have grown into the complicated, partly formed adults that the children of complicated, partly formed parents tend to become. It becomes the story of a couch that used to hold 5 people and now mostly holds 1, in a house on a street in a town that everyone either leaves or stays trapped in. And the difference between leaving and being trapped is never quite as clear as it should be. America does not want that story from The Simpsons. Not yet. Maybe not ever. America wants the version where the kids are always young and the parents are always together and the couch gag always plays and the opening credits always run and the family always arrives at their places on the couch just in time, just barely, right before the episode begins. The floating timeline is not a production decision anymore. It is a cultural compact between the show and its audience, between Springfield and the people who visit it, between the family on Evergreen Terrace and the families watching them, who have been watching them for 36 years, who have grown up and grown older and had families of their own, while Bart has stayed 10 and Lisa has stayed 8 and Homer has stayed exactly as useless and exactly as lovable as he always was. The loop is not their prison. It is ours. We built it. We maintain it. We press play every week, and we keep the loop running, and we make it a little harder for the Simpsons to escape. Because if they escape, if the timeline stops floating and starts landing, if Bart turns 11 and Lisa turns 9 and Maggie says her second word, then it is not just the show that ends. It is the permission we have been giving ourselves to sit down on that couch next to Homer and pretend, for 22 minutes, that the world outside is not moving at the speed it moves, that time is not doing what time does, that the family is intact, and the house is warm, and nothing has changed, and everything is fine. Everything is always fine in Springfield. That is what Springfield is for. Section 13. Coming home, you have spent a long time in Springfield tonight. We started with the plant on the hill and the fish with 3 eyes, and we followed the contamination inward through the bodies and the minds and the memories of the people who have been living in its shadow for 36 years. We went deeper into the hospital room where Homer may have been sleeping since April of 1993, dreaming a town into existence to hold the family he cannot let go of. We reopened the Burns case and found that the official answer was never quite as settled as the official settlement made it seem. We measured Burns's life against the scale of what a normal life is supposed to look like and found the measurement impossible. We watched a town vote to criminalize the truth and exile the man who embodied it, and we understood for the first time that this was not an aberration, but a demonstration. We sat in the background next to Maggie and understood, slowly, that she has always been the most aware person in the room. We followed Mona's trail from Springfield to a life underground and back, and understood what Burns's grudge cost 3 generations of a family. We parsed the predictions and found that the show does not see the future so much as it shapes the conditions under which the future feels inevitable. We searched for Springfield on the map and found it everywhere and nowhere, floating between jurisdictions and never quite landing anywhere that accountability could reach. We watched Molman die and return again and again, and we understood that even death in Springfield operates on its own unusual schedule. We sat with Ned Flanders in his programmed goodness and understood that the system does not reward virtue, only compliance. And we stared at the floating timeline until we understood that it is not the show's way of avoiding the difficulty of aging its characters. It is the audience's way of avoiding it. Every theory in this video is different. Every one of them uses different evidence and different logic and different assumptions about what the show is and what it has been trying to say for 36 years. But every theory arrives at the same place, or close enough to the same place that the difference is more about direction than destination. Something is wrong in Springfield, something structural, something that runs through every aspect of the town's existence, something that explains the aging freeze and the memory failures and the impossible survivals and the resets and the contradictions. Whether that something is the radiation, or the coma, or the collective denial, or Burns's engineered existence, or some combination of all of them at once, it is there, and it has been there since the very first episode, and the show has been showing it to you all along. Not through dramatic revelation, through accumulation, through the slow layering of detail upon detail upon detail, episode upon episode, season upon season, until the picture that emerges is undeniable to anyone who has been paying close enough attention. The Simpsons is not hiding its mysteries. It is showing them to you every single week. It just requires the kind of attention that is hard to sustain across 36 seasons and 788 episodes. The kind of attention that only becomes possible when you stop watching casually and start watching the way you watch something you love. Which is to say, with everything. Because the thing that all of these theories have in common, underneath the radiation and the coma and the conspiracy and the corporate corruption and the collective amnesia, is love. Homer's coma dream is a love letter from an unconscious father to the family he cannot reach. The radiation theory is, at its core, a story about a town that was willing to be poisoned rather than lose the economic foundation that made it possible for families to live there in the first place. The Burns immortality story is, from a certain angle, a story about what a man will do when the alternative is losing the power to protect everything he has accumulated, which is its own dark version of the same instinct that drives Homer's coma dream. Even the conspiracy around Mona Simpson, as dark as it gets, is organized by love. Mona's crime was stopping to help someone who had been knocked down. In the chaos of a raid on a weapons facility, she stopped. She helped. She was raised to the side with enough basic human compassion that she could not run past a person in distress without pausing, and that pause was the thing that undid the next 27 years of her life. Springfield is a town built on love, and love's shadow, which is the fear of losing what you love. Homer's love for his family keeps him in the coma dream. Burns's love, if we can call it that, for his own continued existence keeps the plant running. Ned's love for a God who does not answer keeps him at the fence. Lisa's love for a world that could be better keeps her fighting. Marge's love for her husband and her children keeps the whole structure standing even when it should not be able to stand. And your love for this show, if you have loved this show, is what keeps the loop running. Your willingness to sit on the couch next to Homer every week and forgive all the impossibilities, to accept the yellow skin and the four fingers and the ageless children and the billionaire who glows, to participate in Springfield's collective agreement that everything is fine and nothing has changed, and the family will always be right there when you come back. That willingness is not passivity. It is something closer to the kind of faith that Ned Flanders tries to maintain, the belief that the structure of the thing is worth preserving, even when the details do not quite add up. The Simpsons will be there when you come back. Homer will be on the couch. Bart will be doing something inadvisable. Lisa will be in her room with her saxophone. Marge will be in the kitchen with her perfect hair. Maggie will be in the background watching everything, saying nothing, understanding more than anyone in the house has ever given her credit for. The loop continues. The timeline floats. The plant hums on the hill. And somewhere in Springfield General, a man in a hospital bed is dreaming of his family, keeping them young, keeping them safe, keeping them exactly as they were on the last day he saw them, in a house on a street in a town that exists wherever he needs it to exist for as long as he needs it to last, which is forever, because Homer Simpson is not ready to wake up. And neither, honestly, are we. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. Wherever you are tonight, whatever hour it is where you're reading this, I hope something in all of this gave your mind something soft to rest on. If you made it this far, the couch is yours. Homer wouldn't mind. He's asleep anyway. End of script word count target. 40,000 plus words. Sections, 13. Tone, narrative, relaxed, optimized. For 11 Labs voiceover engagement, prompt placement. End of Section 1, expanded sections. Additional depth and detail. Section 2, continued. The plant, the poison, and the pattern. Deeper evidence. Let us stay with the plant for a while longer because there is more here than one pass can fully account for. The 342 violations are enumerated in the show across various episodes, but the specific nature of the violations matters beyond their simple numerical weight. Let's actually walk through some of them because the specifics paint a picture that the aggregate number alone cannot. The radioactive waste in the water supply is the most consequential. Springfield has a river, a harbor, various bodies of water that appear throughout the show's geography. These are the town's water sources. These are the bodies of water that feed into the pipes that carry water into every house on every street in Springfield. The plant's waste has been going into that water supply for as long as the plant has been operating, which the show establishes was decades before Homer started working there. This is not a recent contamination. It is a long, continuous, multi-generational one. Children who are now adults in Springfield grew up drinking water that had been carrying the plant's waste products for the entirety of their lives. The waste near the children's playground is a different category of concern, because playgrounds are not just locations where children play. They are locations where children spend extended time in contact with soil, with surfaces, with whatever has been deposited in the ground around them. Children at playgrounds ingest soil. They put their hands in their mouths. They press their faces against surfaces. If radioactive waste has been deposited near a playground, the children who use that playground have been absorbing it through multiple pathways simultaneously. And they have been doing this from the earliest ages, the ages at which the brain is most actively developing and therefore most vulnerable to disruption. The plutonium paperweight is perhaps the most emblematic single detail in the entire list. Plutonium, a substance so toxic and radioactive that microscopic quantities can cause cancer, sitting on an employee's desk as a paperweight. This is not a contained exposure in a specialized environment. This is a working office environment, the kind of environment where multiple people are present for 8-hour days, where the air circulates, where particles that the paperweight may be emitting are being breathed in by every person who works in proximity to it. The casual nature of the detail, a paperweight, not even something that someone found important enough to worry about, suggests that this level of exposure was normalized in the plant's culture. That people stopped noticing the plutonium the same way they stopped noticing everything else that should have been alarming. The chewing gum on the cooling towers is the one that should have triggered the most immediate regulatory response if any regulator had ever actually looked at the facility. Cooling towers are the primary mechanism by which a nuclear reactor manages heat. If the cooling system fails, the reactor loses the ability to maintain safe operating temperatures, and the risk of a thermal runaway event, a meltdown, increases dramatically. Cooling towers are not optional infrastructure. They are the thing that keeps the reactor from becoming a disaster. Patching them with chewing gum is not a minor maintenance shortcut. It is maintaining a component whose failure would be catastrophic with the least reliable possible material. And Homer is the person responsible for monitoring the safety of all of this. We have already established Homer's IQ in the crayon and the sleeping at the workstation. But there is one more dimension of Homer's professional inadequacy that is worth noting explicitly. The show has depicted Homer, on multiple occasions, making safety decisions based on reasoning that would be charitably described as non-linear. Not just passive failures of monitoring, though those are pervasive. Active decisions made in real time about operational choices at a nuclear facility that involve a level of cause and effect reasoning that a child in elementary school could outperform. The donut in the reactor core is the most famous example. Homer has a donut. He is curious about whether the reactor core environment would cause the donut to grow. He throws the donut into the reactor core. This is not a distracted mistake. This is an intentional action taken out of curiosity at a functioning nuclear reactor by the person whose job is to prevent that reactor from causing harm. The incident triggers a nuclear event that has to be managed. Homer shrugs it off and moves on. This is not the only time something of this kind happens. Across the show's run, Homer makes operational decisions at the plant that reflect an understanding of nuclear physics that can only be described as absent. He has fallen asleep during critical monitoring periods. He has ignored warning indicators because the sound was annoying. He has brought food into areas of the facility where the presence of food creates contamination risks. He has, on at least one occasion, used the reactor control panel to warm a sandwich. Each of these incidents, in isolation, could be attributed to individual incompetence. Across the run of the series, they form a pattern that is more coherent than it first appears. Homer does not just fail to prevent disasters, he is reliably and systematically terrible at his job in ways that keep the plant operating at maximum violation rather than minimum. He is the perfect anti-safety inspector. His presence in the role does not reduce the risk the plant poses. It maximizes it. And he has been in this role, producing this outcome for the entire adult portion of his working life. The German investors episode, which we have visited briefly already, deserves more attention. When the Germans take over, they bring a different operational philosophy. They assess the plant's actual state. They apply standard industrial safety reasoning. They fire the incompetent safety inspector because firing the incompetent safety inspector is the obvious first step in any attempt to bring a dangerous facility into compliance. And they discover, through the assessment process, that compliance would cost approximately the entire value of their investment, and then some. The plant is not just unsafe. The plant is so far outside any standard of safety that achieving compliance is financially impossible for ordinary investors. The cost to fix what the plant needs to have fixed exceeds what a reasonable return on investment can support. The only way to operate the plant as a profitable enterprise is to not fix it, to maintain the violations, to keep the waste going into the water, and the chewing gum on the cooling towers, and the plutonium on the desk, and everything else exactly where it has always been. Burns understands this because Burns built this. Not the violations themselves. Those developed over time through the compounding of deferred maintenance and deliberate cost-cutting and the systematic underpayment of attention to things that needed attention. But the economic logic that makes them impossible to address, that is Burns's creation. He built a plant that could only be profitable if it remained dangerous, and he made it the town's economic anchor, and he made himself the only entity with the resources and the will to operate it. And now the only alternative to Burns operating an unsafe plant is nobody operating any plant at all, and the town losing its electricity and its economic foundation simultaneously. He trapped Springfield, not through a dramatic single act of villainy, but through the slow accumulation of dependency, through making the town need him in ways it would not have chosen to need him if it had understood what the dependency would eventually cost. And the cost is paid by the people in the water, by the fish with 3 eyes, by the man who appears to be 90 but claims to be 31, by the children who were born in Springfield and have spent their lives in an environment that has been altering their biology from the earliest possible age. The scientific framework the theory relies on is real in its broad strokes, even if the specifics are necessarily speculative. Chronic low-level radiation exposure has documented effects on biological systems. It can cause mutations in cellular DNA. It can affect the development of nervous tissue, particularly in fetuses and young children, whose neurological development is actively occurring. It can affect immune function. It can, over multiple generations of exposure, produce observable changes in the physical characteristics of affected populations. The show is not depicting these effects with scientific precision. It is a cartoon, and its version of radiation biology is necessarily simplified and exaggerated. But the direction of the effects it depicts, mutations, cognitive effects, immune abnormalities, physical deformations, are consistent with what documented radiation exposure actually produces in affected communities. The show is not making things up. It is amplifying something real, which makes the question of what Burns knows more important, not less. Because if the broad strokes of radiation biology are real, And if Burns has been managing his own radiation-related health challenges for decades with the assistance of private physicians and experimental treatments, then Burns has access to a level of understanding about what his plan is doing to Springfield that goes beyond what any public health official has ever been allowed to investigate. He knows the mechanism. He has seen it in his own body. He has been managing it, or rather, paying to have it managed, for longer than most of Springfield has been alive. And he has chosen, continuously and deliberately, not to extend the management to the people his plant is affecting. The moral weight of this is something the show has always known and has never quite addressed directly. It prefers to let Burns be cartoonishly villainous, which he often is, rather than pause to measure the actual human cost of what his ongoing operation has done to an entire community across multiple generations. But the evidence is in the show. It has always been in the show. The yellow skin and the four fingers and the bulging eyes have been on screen since 1989, waiting for someone to look at them the right way. Section 3, continued. The Dreaming Man. More on the dream's texture. The texture of the dream matters as much as its existence. If Homer has been dreaming since April 1993, then the 30-plus years of episodes that followed are not a random sequence of events generated by an unconscious mind. They are organized by what Homer's unconscious mind needs. And looking at the show's post-coma run through that lens reveals patterns that are striking in their consistency. Homer, in the dream, is consistently the hero of his own story, even when he is objectively failing. He stumbles into situations that should end in disaster and emerges from them with something. Not always a win, not always the resolution he wanted, but always with his family intact and his place in the world preserved. The dream does not allow him to be permanently diminished. It does not allow the consequences of his failures to accumulate past the point where recovery is possible. It is generous in the way that wishes are generous, in ways that the waking world never quite is. This is not how Homer's pre-coma life worked. The early seasons show Homer failing in ways that had real costs. He loses money. He damages his marriage. His relationship with Bart is a source of genuine conflict that required genuine effort to navigate. The world of the early show pushed back against Homer in ways that required him to change and grow and make real effort. After the coma, the pushback softens. Homer fails spectacularly and constantly, but the failures never quite stick. The marriage bends but never breaks. The family is angry but always forgives. Burns fires. Homer is rehired. Homer destroys something and it is repaired. The dream is calibrated to give Homer the experience of consequence without the permanence of loss, because the dreaming Homer cannot afford permanent loss. He is holding his family together with the force of his unconscious attention, and any failure he allows to become permanent weakens the hold. The structure of the episodes supports this too. The typical Simpsons episode follows a pattern. Homer or a family member makes a decision. The decision leads to escalating chaos. The chaos reaches a peak, and the episode resolves with the family intact and the immediate problem behind them. The formula is flexible enough that it generates very different feeling episodes, but the underlying architecture is consistent across hundreds of episodes spanning decades. That architecture is the architecture of a dream. Not a nightmare which would escalate without resolution and produce anxiety rather than comfort. A comfortable dream, the kind you fall back into when you wake briefly in the night and choose to return. The kind that gives you what you need emotionally, even as it suspends the rules of the physical world. Homer's favorite dreams are stories about his family choosing him, choosing to be with him, choosing to come back to him. The emotional through line of the entire post-coma run of the show, the thing that every theory about it circles around eventually, is that Homer's deepest fear is being abandoned, and his deepest wish is to be the kind of person his family would stay for. And in the dream, they always stay. Marge always comes back. Bart always, underneath the strangling, is his boy. Lisa always, underneath the disappointment, loves him. Maggie always reaches for him. The family always, by the end of the episode, is together on the couch. The dream gives Homer what the waking world withheld from him in 1993 when the vending machine fell. The dream gives him enough time, enough episodes, enough Sunday nights on Evergreen Terrace to fill in every moment he missed, while his body lay in the hospital bed and the world outside continued without him. The specific choice of the vending machine as the instrument of the coma is interesting in itself. Not Burns's negligence, not the plant, not a car accident or a workplace injury or any of the more obviously dangerous things Springfield regularly generates. A vending machine. Something so mundane, so utterly ordinary, that it barely registers as a serious threat. Homer is not felled by the extraordinary dangers of his world. He is felled by a Tuesday afternoon at a hospital, by the kind of accident that happens to ordinary people in ordinary places, the kind of thing that nobody could have predicted or prevented or assigned dramatic meaning to. The ordinariness of the cause is the most heartbreaking thing about it. There was no villain here, not for the coma itself. Bart's prank put Homer in the hospital, but what happened next was just bad luck. The machine was there. Homer was there. The world happened the way the world happens without consulting anyone's narrative needs. And from that perfectly mundane moment, a dream. A dream that has been running for 32 years and has generated every space adventure and celebrity encounter and secret society membership and divine visitation since. All of it the product of a mind that refuses to stop, that keeps generating stories about the family because the alternative to stories is silence. And silence means the dream has ended, and the dream ending means finding out what comes next. Homer is afraid of what comes next. That is, perhaps, the most human thing about the coma theory. The fear of waking up. The preference for the dream over the reality, not because the dream is better in any objective sense, but because the dream is safe in ways the reality may not be. In the dream, Homer knows where his family is. He knows they are okay. He can see them and hear them and reach for them. In the waking world, he does not know any of that. He does not know how long he has been asleep. He does not know what has happened in the years that have passed. He does not know whether Marge waited or whether she eventually had to move on, whether his children grew up in his absence or whether they are still somehow waiting for him, whether the family he built is still the family he left. The dream is safer than finding out, so the dream continues. And every time something in the dream threatens to become real, threatens to produce consequences that cannot be reset, the dreaming mind pulls back. The episode ends. The credits roll. Springfield resets. And Homer is home again, on the couch, with his family around him, exactly as he left them, for as long as the machine keeps dreaming. Section 4, continued. Who shot Mr. Burns? The evidence continues. There are elements of the Burns shooting that the standard discussion of the mystery tends to overlook, and they deserve their moment. Consider the witness situation. Springfield is a town with a substantial population, and the shooting of its most prominent citizen took place at a public gathering following a large and contentious town meeting. There should have been dozens of potential witnesses to whatever happened in the immediate aftermath. Who left when, who went where, who was seen near Burns before the shot was fired. A real investigation, conducted by competent investigators, would have canvassed these witnesses and assembled a timeline. Chief Wiggum is not a competent investigator. The Springfield Police Department's incompetence is one of the show's most consistently developed running jokes, and it is relevant here because the Burns investigation is the most high-profile case the department has ever worked. Burns is the town's most powerful resident. His shooting should have attracted not just Wiggum, but external law enforcement, state investigators, potentially federal involvement given Burns's wealth and political connections. The show keeps the investigation at the local level, confined to Wiggum and his department. And Wiggum's department's investigation is about as thorough as you would expect from Wiggum's department. Smithers' confession is the detail that reveals the investigation's core failure most clearly. Smithers, freshly fired and deeply emotional, turns himself in almost immediately. He confesses to the shooting. He is absolutely certain he did it. The investigators begin to close the case, and then it emerges that Smithers was blackout drunk at the time of the shooting, did not have reliable access to Burns's location, and had in fact discharged a weapon that evening but had fired it at a completely different person in a completely different location. Old Jasper, his wooden leg. The investigators discover that Smithers' confident confession was entirely false, Not because Smithers was lying, but because Smithers was too intoxicated to accurately reconstruct what he had actually done that night. He thought he shot Burns because he had fired a gun at someone, but it was not Burns. And once Smithers' confession collapses, the investigation loses its momentum and has to restart from a much less organized position. This is significant because the false confession illustrates precisely how unreliable the investigation's fact-finding process is. If Smithers can confess with complete sincerity to a crime he did not commit because his memory of the evening is so compromised, then how reliable is any testimony gathered in the aftermath of a traumatic and chaotic public event where multiple people were in emotional distress? Burns's own identification from his hospital bed, delivered after waking from a coma with a bullet wound, is potentially subject to the same kind of motivated misremembering that Smithers exhibited. A man wakes up from unconsciousness. He is in pain. He has people around him who are asking him questions about what happened. He has had a traumatic experience, and his brain is in a state of elevated emotional arousal. He looks around the room and he sees a baby. And he says, "It was the baby." Is it possible that Burns genuinely misremembered? That the events of the evening, the town meeting, the confrontation, the parking lot, the struggle, the shot, got compressed and distorted by the physiological trauma of being shot and the psychological trauma of waking up to discover you have been shot and that what emerged was a confident but false identification? We know from the Smithers situation that confident false testimony is exactly what this investigation produces. We know that the principal witness woke from a coma with a bullet wound and named his attacker. We know that Burns's reliability as a witness is, at minimum, open to the same questions as any witness testifying about events they experienced under conditions of extreme stress and physical trauma. The DNA evidence pointing to a Simpson is the part of the official case that seems most solid until you examine what it actually shows. An eyelash belonging to a Simpson was found on Burns's suit. This is consistent with Maggie being the shooter. It is also consistent with any of the following: Homer, who was close enough to Burns at the town meeting to have transferred biological material; Marge, if she was the shooter and if the transfer happened before or during the shooting; Lisa or Bart, if they were close enough to Burns at any point in the evening; any Simpson who came into physical proximity with Burns. An eyelash establishes presence or contact. It does not establish the specific contact that constitutes the crime. And the investigation, having found the eyelash and determined it belongs to a Simpson, narrows its focus to the Simpson family rather than using the evidence as one data point among many. Then Homer is arrested and about to be convicted when Burns wakes up. The investigation was heading toward Homer, which the show presents as a near miss for an innocent man, but which is worth examining in the context of Homer's own later claim that he was the one who pulled the trigger. In season 18, Homer states that he was the shooter. The show treats it as a throwaway moment. Nobody investigates. Nobody takes it seriously. Homer says something dramatic about his past and the moment passes without consequence because that is how the show treats Homer's dramatic statements about himself, as a source of characterization rather than information. But the season 18 claim exists. Homer said it. It is in the record of the show. And if Homer said it because it is true, then the investigation that nearly convicted him in season 7 was actually heading in the correct direction. Homer was about to be correctly identified as the shooter when Burns woke up and named Maggie instead, and the investigation redirected. And Homer walked away clean, while his infant daughter took the blame for something her father did. That is a darker reading than the show allows itself. But the show put it in the record, and the record is there. The alternate Smithers ending that was fully produced is worth dwelling on for one more moment. The writers made a complete, finished version of the resolution in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. They animated it, they voiced it, they had it ready. And the reason it was eventually deployed as a joke in a clip show rather than as the actual resolution was that it would have required ignoring the DNA evidence, which pointed to a Simpson, which could not be explained by Smithers being the shooter. Unless someone helped with the staging, unless someone with access to Burns's body in the aftermath of the shooting placed a piece of evidence that pointed toward the Simpson family, unless the DNA on Burns's suit was not an accident of proximity, but a deliberate act of misdirection, the show does not go there. but it raises the possibility of going there every time it winks at you about ignoring DNA evidence. Every time it has a character note that the official answer requires disregarding things that should not be disregarded. The wink is the show acknowledging that it knows the mystery was not cleanly solved, that the answer given is an answer chosen rather than an answer proven. Springfield's greatest mystery remains, at its core, what mysteries always remain when they are managed rather than solved. An official conclusion exists. The case is officially closed. And the questions that were never quite answered keep circulating at the edges of the official record, where they will stay as long as people keep looking at the evidence with the kind of attention it was never supposed to attract. Section 5, continued. The oldest man in America. His empire across time. There is something about the Burns family history that the show has never quite assembled into a coherent picture, and that absence of coherence is itself interesting. Burns's personal history, as assembled from scattered references across the show's run, is extraordinary in its sweep. He was born in the 19th century into a family of established wealth. He attended Yale, which his treatment of the institution suggests he found adequate rather than transformative. He went through World War II in a capacity that the show depicts as involving war crimes, or at least the kind of war-adjacent behavior that a man with Burns's ethics and Burns's resources would naturally drift toward when given access to the resources of the American military-industrial complex. He stole a $1 trillion bill from the American government. This is depicted as fact within the show's universe, and it is presented with the casualness that Burns brings to most things that would horrify ordinary people. He had the bill. He kept it for decades. He eventually used it in ways that were characteristically catastrophic and characteristically survivable because Burns always survives. He has dealt with the mob. He has employed people who have done things that should have attracted serious criminal attention. He has used political donations to purchase outcomes that should not be available for purchase. He has suppressed news stories about his plant's violations. He has intimidated scientists. He has maintained his own private intelligence apparatus that allowed him to identify Mona Simpson through a cab window after decades had passed since he last saw her face. That last detail bears repeated examination. Burns has not seen Mona Simpson since 1969, when she stopped to help him during the raid on his biological weapons facility. More than 25 years pass between that encounter and her return to Springfield. And Burns spots her through the window of a moving vehicle, at a distance, in a town he presumably moves through regularly while encountering thousands of faces. He identifies her immediately. This requires either an extraordinary visual memory for faces, which is possible, or access to surveillance that includes facial recognition capability, which is also possible and perhaps more consistent with what the show has established about Burns's resources. A man who has maintained a multi-billion-dollar empire across more than a century, who has purchased political influence at the federal level, who has funded private research programs, who has maintained a medical infrastructure sophisticated enough to keep his own body running on a weekly treatment schedule. This man has the capability to set up a flag for Mona Simpson's face and receive an alert when she enters his field of awareness. The show does not specify the mechanism, it just shows you the result. Burns sees Mona. Burns calls the FBI, Mona runs again. The specifics of how he spotted her are left to the viewer's imagination, but the imagination has a lot to work with. What the Burns history suggests, assembled together, is not a cartoonishly evil billionaire who does bad things for the sake of narrative conflict. It suggests a man with a coherent and long-standing worldview about power and how it is maintained. Burns believes that the world is organized around the capacity to impose one's will on others, that this capacity derives from wealth and the infrastructure wealth creates, and that maintaining this capacity requires the ongoing willingness to take actions that other people would not take. This is not incidental to his character. It is his philosophy. It is the organizing principle of his entire life. He has lived by this philosophy for over a century. He has watched empires rise and fall around him, while his own empire persisted, not through luck or through the normal rhythms of inheritance, but through active management. He has maintained his own existence past the point where existence should have ended, through the application of resources to the problem of survival. He has maintained his power through the application of resources to the problems that power generates. The competitors, the regulators, the journalists, the activists, the employees who know too much. Mona Simpson was a problem. She destroyed a facility. She could have spoken about what the facility was for, about the nature of what Burns had been doing in Springfield before anyone knew to ask. She was a person with knowledge and motivation and enough residual network to potentially make noise about what she knew. Burns did not eliminate this problem through violence, which would have been expensive and risky. He made her permanently unavailable, permanently fugitive, by ensuring that the law would always be one step behind her. He converted her from a threat into a perpetually distracted fugitive who could not afford to stop running long enough to become a voice. This is how Burns handles problems. Not dramatically, but systematically. Not through direct confrontation, but through the construction of conditions in which the problematic situation manages itself into irrelevance. Homer is managed the same way. Homer as a threat, Homer as a person who might at some point connect the dots about what Burns's plant has done to his family and his community, is handled not through silencing Homer, but through ensuring that Homer remains incapable of the kind of sustained analytical thinking that would make connecting those dots possible. The crayon, the radiation, the emotional damage from the maternal abandonment, the deal with Abe that guarantees employment and therefore removes Homer's primary motivation to seek a better situation. None of this required Burns to actively intervene in Homer's specific neurological development. The conditions were already there. The crayon was already in Homer's brain. The radiation was already in the water. The deal with Abe was already signed. Burns simply maintained the conditions that kept Homer where he needed Homer to be, rather than disrupting any of them. The most chilling aspect of Burns as a character, when you assemble all of this, is not his active malevolence. It is his patience. A man who has been alive for over a century, who has outlasted every opponent and every challenge, who has watched every institutional structure around him change while his own core arrangements persisted, has a relationship to time that no shorter-lived person can fully match. He can wait. He can let things develop. He can maintain conditions that will produce the outcomes he needs, without having to intervene in each individual moment, because he has enough time to let the conditions do their work. Springfield was never going to challenge Burns. Not because the town lacked the individual people with the intelligence to understand what was happening, though the radiation has certainly reduced the available pool. Not because the town lacked the motivation, the fish alone should have produced a sustained and organized response. But because Burns had been constructing the conditions for Springfield's passivity for longer than most of Springfield's current residents had been alive, and the conditions were thorough enough, and deep enough, and reinforced enough from enough different directions that they held the oldest man in America, too expensive to die, too patient to be outmaneuvered, too deeply embedded in the town's survival mechanisms to be removed without the town itself collapsing in the attempt. Section 7 continued. The quietest person in the room. Maggie's history. Let us look at Maggie's record more systematically, because the episodes are more numerous than a single pass can capture. The first time Maggie does something that draws the show's attention to her capabilities is relatively early in the series, in a context that the show treats as a gag, and that pays off in a more serious direction if you let it. Maggie, left with a babysitter or in a situation without her parents, navigates the scenario with a practicality and a self-sufficiency that is inconsistent with her apparent developmental stage. She is never quite as helpless as the situation seems to call for. She manages. This is a recurring pattern before the show makes it explicit. Maggie is left alone or left with inadequate supervision, and the result is not the crisis that should logically follow from leaving an infant without proper care. The result is Maggie managing, observing the situation she is in, assessing what it requires, producing a response that is appropriate to the requirements, even when the response should be beyond her developmental capacity. The first Daycare Rebellion episode, earlier than the longest daycare, establishes something about Maggie's social intelligence. She is placed in the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare facility run with an authoritarian rigor that the show satirizes through its name and its methodology. The facility's approach is explicitly designed to suppress individual expression and instill conformity in its charges from the earliest possible age. The babies are managed like a small and largely ineffective production facility. Maggie organizes them, not through language, not through anything that should be available to a baby who has not developed meaningful communication. Through something more fundamental, presence, example, the kind of social modeling that produces behavioral change in groups by providing a visible alternative to the status quo. The other babies follow Maggie not because she tells them to, but because she demonstrates, through her own behavior, that the situation they are in is not the only possible situation. She shows them what it looks like to resist, and they follow the example. This is leadership. Not the management textbook version of leadership, not the formal authority version, but the deeper version. The capacity to shift a group's understanding of what is possible by embodying that possibility in action. Most adults do not possess this capacity at any meaningful level. Maggie deploys it at age 1, in a daycare facility, without being able to speak. Then there is the pacifier as communication device, which is more sophisticated than it first appears. Maggie uses her pacifier not just for its intended purpose, but as a kind of semaphore system. The movements she makes with it, the rhythms, the pauses, the specific gestures she performs at specific moments, carry meaning that the people around her consistently fail to decode. The audience occasionally catches glimpses of what she is communicating, and those glimpses are always consistent with the picture of Maggie as a thoughtful, strategically minded individual who is choosing to operate below the level of visibility that would attract attention. The fact that her first word, spoken once and never repeated, was "Daddy is important." It was not a random babble that happened to approximate a word. It was a specific word, spoken in a specific context, in response to a specific situation. Maggie chose to speak. She chose that word. And having spoken, having demonstrated that she could, she chose not to continue. She heard the response her demonstration produced, the astonishment, the attention, the sudden reorientation of everyone around her toward the fact that she was capable of this, and she made a decision about whether that level of attention served her interests. She decided it did not. And she went back to the pacifier sounds. Elizabeth Taylor voiced the word. The show made a production event out of Maggie's first word, commissioning a performance from one of the most famous actresses in the world to deliver a single syllable. This is the show signaling, as clearly as it ever signals anything, that Maggie's first word mattered, that the choice of it mattered, that the choice not to continue after it mattered. The show spent serious resources on this moment and then used those resources to depict a baby making a calculated decision about self-presentation. The eyes are perhaps the most unsettling thing about Maggie when you are paying attention to them in this context. The show depicts most characters with exaggerated, bulging eyes that reflect the general Springfield physiognomy. But Maggie's eyes have a specific quality that is distinct from the other characters. They are watchful in a way that the show seems to intend as expressive rather than merely stylistic. She is depicted repeatedly in scenes where she is observing something that the other characters are not noticing, where her gaze is directed at information that the people around her are missing. She is framed, visually, as a watcher, as the person in the room who sees what the other people in the room are not seeing. This is a deliberate characterization choice. The show is telling you, through her visual presentation, that Maggie is always watching, always processing, always accumulating data about the world she inhabits, and the watch she maintains is patient in a way that suggests long-term orientation. She is not watching for immediate opportunity. She is watching in the way that someone watches who does not need the situation to pay off today, who can afford to let the information accumulate until the moment is right. What the moment will be, the show has never revealed. 36 years of watching and waiting and understanding things that nobody gives her credit for understanding, and Maggie has not yet made her move. Whatever she is building toward, she is not there yet. The conditions have not yet reached whatever threshold she is waiting for. Or the show simply has not told us, which is its own kind of deliberate choice. In a series that has depicted the future of almost every character in some form, Maggie's future remains the one genuine blank, the one unmapped territory, the one question the show has left entirely open, which is itself a statement about her. The most open future belongs to the most capable person, the one who is still becoming. Section 8, continued. The mother who left and the man who stayed. Aftermath and legacy. The conspiracy around Mona has ripples that extend beyond what any single episode has addressed. Think about the biological weapons laboratory. Burns operated a germ warfare facility in Springfield. This is not a metaphor or a satirical exaggeration that we are reading into the show's text. The show depicts it directly. Mona's group destroyed the facility and its contents. The facility is gone, presumably, by the time of the episode. It was destroyed in 1969, and the present-day scenes do not depict it as active. But the location remains. Whatever facility Burns built to house a biological weapons program, whatever he did to the ground it stood on, whatever contamination the program itself may have contributed to Springfield's environment, none of that was cleaned up in the raid. The antibiotic bomb destroyed the biological agents. It did not remediate the site. It did not remove whatever Burns had been doing to the soil and the water table in the vicinity of a weapons laboratory. Springfield's contamination is, in this reading, not just nuclear. The town has been exposed to the output of two separate Burns facilities, the power plant and the weapons lab. And the weapons lab contamination has never been cataloged, assessed, or even acknowledged in the present tense of the show's narrative. It is entirely historical, introduced as backstory, and never brought into the contemporary Springfield story. The show drops this detail and moves on, but it sits there in the foundation of the Springfield story, unexplored and unaddressed. A biological weapons facility that was destroyed in 1969, on a site that is still somewhere in or near Springfield, that has never been investigated and never been cleaned up, adding its own unknown contributions to whatever the town's environment has been doing to its residents. Then there is the FBI. Mona has been a federal fugitive since 1969. The FBI has been pursuing her at Burns's instigation for decades. This means the FBI has an active case file on a Springfield resident or former Springfield resident, and has had one since the Nixon administration. Federal law enforcement has been in contact with Burns about a Springfield-connected case for that entire period. The relationship between Burns and federal agencies, which the show has suggested is friendly if not quite warm, has decades of shared history around Mona's case. What does that FBI file contain? What did Burns tell them? What did they come to understand about the nature of the 1969 incident and the facility that was destroyed? If the FBI's file on Mona mentions the biological weapons laboratory, if the case against her includes documentation of what Burns was operating and why her group targeted it, then there is a federal record somewhere of Burns's biological weapons program that he presumably managed to contain but that did not cease to exist just because he suppressed it. The show does not pursue this. It does not need to. The episode is about Homer and his mother, not about federal records management. But the trail exists implied somewhere in the background of the story. Abe Simpson's deal with Burns adds another layer to the family's relationship with its own history. Abe knew what Burns had done to drive Mona away. He was in Springfield in 1969. He was part of the community that Burns was poisoning and manipulating even then. And his response to discovering one of Burns's crimes was not to expose it, not to use it as leverage to protect his community, not to do anything that would benefit anyone other than himself and, by extension, Homer. He made a private deal. He traded his silence for his son's job security. He looked at the architecture of Burns's corruption and decided that the best available option was to become a small and quiet part of it. This is not a condemnation of Abe. He is a man of limited resources facing a man of unlimited ones. He could not have won a confrontation with Burns. He almost certainly understood this. And he chose the option that protected Homer, which is the option that any parent with more love than power tends to choose. But the cost of the choice was complicity, was silence, was the willingness to let the community keep bearing the burden of what Burns was doing to it in exchange for one specific family member's continued employment. Homer never knew any of this. He never knew that his job was protected by a deal his father struck. He never knew that his father had knowledge of Burns's crimes and chose silence over disclosure. He never knew the full dimensions of the conspiracy that organized the world he lived in, because the conspiracy was built, in part, specifically to ensure that Homer never knew. The people who knew, Abe, Mona, Burns himself, were either dead by the time of the present-day narrative, permanently fugitive, or in a position of power that precluded accountability. The knowledge was contained in a generation that preceded Homer's, distributed across people who had made different calculations about what to do with it, and none of those calculations included telling Homer, which is perhaps the most quietly devastating thing about Homer's position in the story. He is not ignorant because of his cognitive limitations, or not only because of them. He is ignorant because the world was organized around keeping him ignorant, by people who loved him and people who used him and people who did both simultaneously. His stupidity is real. The crayon is real. The radiation is real. But underneath those biological facts is a structural one. Homer Simpson was never supposed to know his own story. The story was managed out of his reach before he was old enough to look for it. Section 10 continued. The town with no coordinates. Springfield and the American self-image. The geographic impossibility of Springfield reaches its most interesting dimension when you consider what it says about American identity rather than American geography. America is a large country with significant regional variation. A person from rural Montana and a person from urban Atlanta share citizenship and a legal framework and a broad cultural inheritance, but their daily experiences of being American are substantially different. The food is different. The climate is different. The relationships between neighbors are different. The economic anxieties are different. The specific textures of what ordinary life feels like are different in ways that matter enormously to the people living them, even when they are invisible to outsiders. The Simpsons works as a show about American life only if it can transcend this regional variation, only if it can be both the Montana experience and the Atlanta experience and the New York experience and the small-town Ohio experience simultaneously. This requires Springfield to be, in some fundamental sense, everywhere. The geographic impossibility is the mechanism by which this universality is achieved. Springfield is not set in a specific state because setting it in a specific state would anchor it to a specific version of American experience and exclude all the other versions. Springfield borrows from everywhere. The Rust Belt decay, the Sun Belt sprawl, the New England insularity, the Midwestern cultural blankness, the Western openness, the Southern warmth and Southern stubbornness, and assembles them into a single composite place that feels familiar to everyone because it has taken something from everywhere. Every American watching The Simpsons can find something that looks like home. Not everything, not the whole picture, but something. The specific shape of the houses, or the quality of the light, or the relationship between the town and its dominant employer, or the way the high school feels, or the specific brand of civic dysfunction that characterizes the local government. One element of Springfield will catch and hold for any given viewer, and that element of recognition makes the whole thing feel real. But there is a darker version of this universality. The Simpsons is not just universally relatable in a warm, nostalgic way. It is universally accurate about things that are uncomfortable. The nuclear power plant with unaddressed safety violations is not a Springfield-specific institution. Nuclear facilities with unaddressed safety violations have existed in multiple real American communities. The billionaire employer whose economic influence over the local community creates a form of captivity that the community is not fully aware of is not a Springfield-specific dynamic. It is a pattern that has played out in real American company towns from the Industrial Revolution to the present. Springfield's geographic impossibility allows the show to tell these stories without being accountable to any specific real community. It is not 3 Mile Island, it is not Hanford. It is not any specific place, so the critique cannot be narrowed to a specific target and dismissed as a local problem rather than a systemic one. Springfield is everywhere that these dynamics have operated, which is everywhere, which is why the geographic impossibility is the feature rather than the bug. The contamination is American. The corruption is American. The collective denial is American. The way the town protects itself from uncomfortable truths by criminalizing the people who speak them is American. The way the billionaire keeps the lights on and the community keeps not asking what the price of the lights actually is, that is American too, and it has always been American. And Springfield's geographic impossibility is the mechanism by which the show says so without pointing at any specific place that could push back. Springfield is not in any state. Springfield is in the American imagination. It is the town we constructed as a nation, the set of choices we made collectively and institutionally, the relationship between power and community that we established and have maintained and have periodically promised ourselves we would fix and have not yet fixed. The plant is still on the hill, the fish still has 3 eyes, and Springfield is still impossible to find on a map, which means it is still impossible to hold accountable, which means the conditions it represents are still operating in whatever actual places they most closely resemble. That is not the show's failure. That is its most honest achievement. Section 12, continued. The loop that never breaks. What endings mean. The Simpsons has ended, sort of, several times. Not the series, which continues, but the story. There have been episodes across the show's history that feel in their emotional register like endings. Moments where something closes, where a question that has been building for a long time gets answered, where a character reaches a point that functions as a conclusion, even if the floating timeline immediately reasserts itself and pulls everyone back to their starting positions. Mother Simpson is an ending. The reunion of Homer and Mona, the scene at the graveside, the eventual goodbye that Homer has to say again. This is a complete emotional arc, a story about loss and recovery and the things that cannot be recovered. And it concludes with something that feels like resolution, even though the resolution is painful. Homer watches his mother's car disappear down the road, and he stands there on the hill, and the show holds on him for a long moment before cutting. And in that moment, there is something that feels finished. Something that has been open since the first episode. The unacknowledged absence at the center of who Homer is has been addressed. Not healed, not resolved in a happy way, but addressed. Named, acknowledged. Lisa's wedding is an ending in the future episode sense. We see who Lisa becomes. We see what happens when the trajectory the show has been building for her across many seasons reaches its destination. The episode does not have a triumphant resolution. Adult Lisa is accomplished, but lonely, successful professionally, but still searching for the connection that Springfield never quite provided her. But we see her. We see who she was becoming. And then we go back, and she is 8 again, and we carry the knowledge of who she will be through all the subsequent episodes we watch, as a kind of ghost of her adult self haunting the child. Homer the Heretic is an ending of a different kind. The episode where Homer talks to God, the one where God tells him his time is coming. The episode does not frame itself as an ending. It is comedic, its theology is light, and it resolves with Homer returning to church under duress after Springfield burns down around him while he is absent. But in retrospect, from the vantage point of the coma theory, it is the last episode before everything changes. It is the last time the pre-coma Simpsons says something that will echo forward into the post-coma dream and give the dream its emotional structure. God told Homer something was coming. Homer went home. 6 months later, the vending machine fell. The floating timeline prevents any of these endings from being permanent. The story absorbs them and continues. Homer sits on the hill and watches his mother drive away. And then the next episode is about something else, and his mother is not in it, and her absence is not acknowledged, and the show continues. Lisa is shown as an adult in one episode and is 8 years old in the next, and the contradiction is accepted as a condition of the show rather than a problem that needs to be resolved. The endings are real. The show makes them real. And then the floating timeline takes them back. There is something specific about The Simpsons finale, whenever it eventually comes, that the show has been dancing around for years. The show knows it will end. Everyone involved with it knows it will end. The question of how it should end, of what ending is even possible for a show structured the way The Simpsons is structured, has been discussed and debated in interviews and commentary tracks and fan discussions for a long time. The coma theory offers one answer. Homer wakes up. The dream ends. We discover what the real world looks like, how much time has actually passed, whether Marge is still there and whether the kids have grown, and what Springfield actually is without the dream logic of Homer's unconscious maintaining it. This ending would be devastating and complete, and would give everything that came before it a retroactive meaning that the show has been building toward without knowing it. It would transform 32 plus years of episodes into a single sustained act of love from a dying man to his family. The show will almost certainly never use this ending. It would require committing to the coma theory, which the show's creators have explicitly denied. And it would change the nature of what the show was, retroactively, in ways that might feel like a violation of the audience's relationship to it. It would not just be an ending for The Simpsons. It would be a revelation about everything you thought you had been watching. But the ending the show will probably use, when it comes, will have to acknowledge something about time. It cannot escape the weight of 36 years of a floating timeline. Whatever conclusion the show reaches will have to reckon with the fact that these characters have been preserved at their current ages for longer than most of their audience's entire lives, that the choice to keep them frozen has accumulated a significance that cannot be shrugged off. Maybe the ending is simply that they continue, that the loop keeps running after the cameras stop, that the Simpsons are still there on the couch even when the screen goes dark. That Springfield keeps existing even when no one is watching. That the family keeps going in the space that fiction occupies between episodes and seasons and after finales, in the permanent present tense of a place that cannot be made to have an ending, because the ending would mean the thing it represents in the American imagination, the messy, impossible, resilient family, the town that is everywhere, the loop that holds against all probability, was always temporary. Some things are not allowed to be temporary. Some things are held in place by the force of how much we need them. The Simpsons are one of those things, and as long as we need them, the loop continues. Section 11, continued. The Man Who Keeps Dying and the Man Who Keeps Smiling. Full character portraits. Hans Moleman deserves more than a paragraph because Hans Moleman is one of the most genuinely strange presences in all of Springfield, and his strangeness is the kind that rewards sustained attention. His given name, the show eventually reveals, is Ralph, not Hans. Hans Moleman is a nickname, an identity that attached to him at some point in his Springfield life, and that has since become the name by which he is universally known. His birth name has been mentioned and then discarded in the same way that most things in Springfield are discarded, without ceremony, without follow-up, without anyone noting that the fact of the discarded name is itself interesting. He is known by a nickname that describes his appearance. He is a mole man. He looks like what the word mole man suggests. Something small and subterranean and designed by evolution for conditions other than the conditions he currently inhabits. His near blindness, his shuffling gait, his tendency to walk directly into traffic without appearing to perceive it. These are the behaviors of an organism that has been adapted, at some level, for a different environment than the surface world of Springfield. The 31-year-old detail returns here. Whatever has done this to him, whatever has aged him catastrophically and made him nearly indestructible, it has also changed his relationship to the environment he inhabits. He does not navigate Springfield the way the other residents do. He moves through it at a different pace, with different expectations, as if the spaces between things and the dangers those spaces contain operate on different terms for him than they do for everyone else. The repeated deaths and resurrections. Let us spend a moment really sitting with this because the theological implications within the show's universe are not trivial. The Simpsons has established that God exists. God has spoken to Homer. God has appeared in the show's universe as an active presence with specific opinions about specific characters. Burns has been kept alive through artificial means that effectively prevent the biological process that death requires. And now here is a character who appears to die and return with no explanation, no mechanism, no acknowledged resurrection. If God is active in Springfield and if Moleman dies and returns, then either God is also active in Moleman's deaths and resurrections, or whatever is happening to Moleman is operating outside the theological framework the show has established, or both simultaneously. The show does not resolve this, it does not even raise the question. Moleman dies and comes back, and the Springfield theological framework just absorbs this without commenting on it. But notice, Moleman is not the first or only character to experience something like this. Homer himself, through the extended logic of the radiation theory, has a durability that should not be biologically possible. Burns, through his treatments, has been extended beyond any natural endpoint. Springfield as a place has a relationship to the normal rules that is simply different from what the normal rules should allow. And at the extreme end of that departure from normalcy is Molman, who has apparently lost the ability to die in any permanent sense, and whose body reconstitutes itself after every fatal incident with the same reliability that Springfield reconstitutes itself after every catastrophe. He is Springfield's clearest expression of its core impossibility. The loop, embodied. The inability to end, made flesh. Hans Molman dies and returns because Springfield does not allow things to end permanently, and Molman is too thoroughly Springfield to escape that pattern. His single most significant moment, the one that the show intends as pure comedy, but that carries more weight than the comedy context allows for, is a film he creates and shows at a film festival in an early season. The film is called Man Getting Hit by Football. That is the entire content. A man, Molman, getting hit in the groin by a football. Homer watches it and declares it the best film he has ever seen. The festival audience awards it second place, finding it less interesting than a sophisticated documentary about Mr. Burns. The film is literally Molman being hurt. It is documentation of his pain, presented as entertainment. The audience finds it funny but not as interesting as Burns, the man responsible for much of Springfield's suffering, including, by implication, whatever has happened to Molman specifically. And Homer, whose pain tolerance and cognitive state are both products of the same plant that has shaped Molman's existence, finds watching a man be hurt the most compelling thing he has ever seen in a film. The layers in this single gag, if you choose to look at them, are almost too much. The show was not intending them, but they are there. Now let's spend more time with Ned, because we have barely scratched the surface of what the show has done with him and why it matters. Ned Flanders moved to Evergreen Terrace before The Simpsons did. He was the neighbor first, the established resident of the street into which the Simpson family eventually arrived. His relationship to Springfield is longer and in some ways deeper than Homer's. Even though Homer's position as the show's protagonist has always given Homer more narrative authority over the town's story, Ned's history with his parents is one of the most genuinely dark backstories in the show's run, and the show introduced it and then has mostly treated it as a fixed point in the character's past rather than a living dimension of who Ned is. His parents were beatniks, not just culturally beatnik, but philosophically committed to a non-authoritarian child-rearing approach that extended to refusing discipline in any form. Ned was wild as a child, genuinely feral in his behavior, the kind of child who hurt people and broke things and operated without the normal social constraints that typical parental guidance instills. And then the psychiatrist, and then the years of behavioral modification, and then the Ned Flanders that Springfield knows, the one who says diddly squat and never raises his voice and forgives everything and turns every cheek. The thing about programming is that it does not eliminate the original input. It covers it. It redirects it. It trains other behaviors to activate in response to the stimuli that used to produce the original behavior. But the original behavior is still there, underneath, in the neural pathways that the programming has overwritten but not erased. The feral child is still in Ned. The psychiatrist who worked on him for years understood this, presumably, understood that what he was doing was not curing Ned of aggression, but building a structure of behavioral override on top of it. The structure holds almost perfectly. The hurricane episode where it fails, where Ned finally breaks and says everything he has been suppressing, is not the exception to the rule. It is the evidence that the rule was always a fragile construction over something much less tame. Ned is not the nice man who occasionally loses his composure under extreme pressure. Ned is the feral child who has been living inside the nice man's performance for his entire adult life, kept in check by a conditioning that requires continuous reinforcement, and that will fail if the weight on it becomes too heavy. The show never interrogates what this means for Ned's relationship with his own sons. Rod and Todd Flanders are raised by a father who is himself the product of extreme behavioral modification applied in childhood. They are raised in a household organized around religious observance and behavioral constraint, in a family where the expression of negative emotion is something that their father's programming actively suppresses. What does it do to children to grow up in an environment where the authority figure's emotional range is artificially limited? What does it teach them about their own emotional experiences? The show does not go here. Rod and Todd are primarily comedic presences, distinguished by their sheltered innocence and their occasional moments of genuine sweetness. But the darker implications of their upbringing are left unexamined. The show knows the darker implications are there. It built the backstory that generates them, but it chooses not to pursue them. This is consistent with how the show treats most of its darker dimensions. It introduces them. It sets them up. It gives them enough detail to make them real. And then it leaves them at the edge of the frame, where the audience can find them if they choose to look, but where they do not disrupt the comedy that is the show's primary mode. Ned's relationship to God is the element that the show has been most explicit about, and it is the most directly stated version of the show's thesis about goodness and reward. God talks to Homer. God appears to Homer. God is available to Homer in a way that he is not available to anyone else in Springfield. And Homer's relationship to God is characterized by exactly the kind of casual, unreflective, entirely unearned familiarity that Ned has spent his entire life trying to achieve through discipline and sincerity and effort. There is a word for what Ned experiences when he watches Homer receive what he has been working toward his whole life without trying. The word is grace in the theological sense, unearned divine favor given without regard for merit. And the devastating thing The Simpsons has always known about grace is that it is, by definition, incompatible with merit. If it could be earned, it would not be grace. Grace is what God gives to Homer. Reward is what Ned is waiting for. And waiting for a reward in a universe organized around grace is an exercise in frustration that has no natural endpoint. God talks to Homer because Homer does not expect God to talk to him. Homer has no framework for it and no investment in what it means. God appears to Homer the way rain falls on a man who forgot his umbrella. Not because the man deserves rain, but because the man is there and the rain is happening, and the rain does not consult anyone's deservingness. Ned has built his umbrella with great care. He has maintained it and repaired it and carried it everywhere. And Springfield has not rained on Ned in 36 years. The final, most important thing about Ned Flanders is what his existence tells you about the town he inhabits. Ned is a control case. He represents what happens when a person in Springfield does everything the conventional moral framework says to do, is kind, is generous, is patient, maintains strong family bonds, contributes to the community, observes the religious practices he believes in. He is the citizen that every community claims to want. And the community gives him back. A dead wife, a damaged house, a neighbor who will never appreciate him, and the theological silence of a God who is apparently occupied elsewhere. Springfield does not reward Ned because Springfield is not organized around rewarding what Ned represents. Springfield is organized around the power structures we have already described: the plant, the billionaire, the economic dependency, the collective denial, the mechanisms that keep everyone in their place. Ned's virtue is irrelevant to those structures. It does not disrupt them. It does not challenge them. It simply exists next door to Homer as a monument to the uselessness of virtue in a system that does not recognize virtue as a currency. Homer is useful to the system. Homer's incompetence and emotional dependency and cognitive limitations are features that the system requires. Ned is not useful to the system in any comparable way. He is simply there, good, patient, and ignored. The two of them together, across the fence on Evergreen Terrace, are the show's clearest statement about what kind of person gets rewarded in Springfield and what kind of person does not. And the answer is not comfortable. The answer is that the system is indifferent to goodness and actively invested in maintaining the particular kind of brokenness that Homer represents. Section 9, continued. The predictions phenomenon. What the show sees that we miss. There is a theory within the prediction phenomenon that is more interesting than either the writers are psychic or it's all coincidence, and it deserves its own extended treatment. The writer's room of The Simpsons, particularly during its peak seasons in the late 1980s through the early 2000s, was one of the most concentrated collections of analytical intelligence ever assembled in the service of a television comedy. The names are well documented: Harvard graduates, people with backgrounds in economics and physics, and computer science and political theory. People who had spent years thinking about how systems work and how they break and where they are heading. They were not thinking about the future professionally in the way that a futures analyst thinks about it. They were thinking about the present in ways that the present almost always contains the future already, if you know where to look. The Trump prediction is the best single example of this, precisely because it has been the most discussed and most misunderstood. The writers did not imagine a random celebrity running for president. They observed a specific cultural trajectory that was already visible and followed it to its logical destination. Trump had been discussing a presidential run publicly since the late 1980s. He was a known cultural figure associated with the specific intersection of celebrity and business that the show was already satirizing. The writers put him in the Oval Office not because they had a premonition, but because they were following the logic of what was already visible in 1999 when the episode was written. This is different from prophecy, but it is also different from luck. It is a form of analytical vision that the writers possessed and that most cultural observers did not, which is why the prediction looks supernatural when you encounter it in retrospect, even though it was the product of ordinary observation applied with extraordinary rigor. The Higgs-boson equation is a different case. This was not a satirical extrapolation from current trends. This was a specific mathematical detail placed in the background of an episode that a physicist later identified as a plausible estimate of a particle's mass that would not be confirmed for 14 years. The writer's room included people with serious mathematical training. One of them apparently worked out an equation that was close enough to the actual value to be recognizable as such to a physicist who examined it. This is not prophecy. This is someone doing the math. Someone in the writer's room worked out what the Higgs boson mass might be, based on the theoretical framework that existed at the time, and put the result in the background of a scene as a visual gag. The gag was not intended as a prediction. It was intended as a marker of the writer's engagement with serious physics. The fact that the estimate turned out to be accurate is the result of the estimate being based on good mathematics applied to good theory. The broader point is that the Simpsons predictions phenomenon is evidence not of supernatural ability, but of what becomes possible when genuinely intelligent people with broad educational backgrounds spend their careers thinking carefully about where things are going and have the freedom to express those observations through fiction without the constraints that more serious forms of analysis impose. A journalist writing about where America is heading has to be careful about what they say. They have to source their claims. They have to be accountable to the facts in ways that limit what they can articulate. A satirist writing an animated comedy about a fictional family can follow logical trajectories to their absurd extremes, can say things through fiction that would be inappropriate or indemonstrable as factual claims, can project a Trump presidency or a Disney-Fox merger, or a pandemic as a joke in a way that would be irresponsible as a prediction. The freedom of the fictional frame is what allows the writers to be more accurate than the analysts. They can say things that the analysts cannot say because they are not constrained by the requirement to demonstrate that the things they are saying are true. They can simply make them true within the world of the show and let the real world catch up. And the real world does catch up, repeatedly, because the satirical observations the show makes are rooted in real trends that were already in motion when the episodes were written. The show is not creating the future it depicts. It is reading the present more clearly than most and writing it forward. The predictions that the internet does not remember are worth spending a moment with because they are as instructive as the ones that are celebrated. The Simpsons has depicted many futures that have not materialized. Jetpacks that did not arrive on schedule. Moon colonies that are still theoretical. Political outcomes that went differently than the show imagined. Technologies that took different forms than the show depicted. All of these are in the archive, available to anyone who wants to find them. Not celebrated because they did not match the real world, forgotten because they do not support the narrative of prediction. Confirmation bias is not a failure of intelligence. It is a feature of how human pattern recognition works. We are built to find patterns, to identify signals and noise, to construct narratives that connect events into stories. This is a feature because it helps us navigate a complex world. It is occasionally a bug because it causes us to see patterns that are not there, to construct narratives from coincidences, to mistake our own expectations for evidence. The Simpsons prediction phenomenon is a beautiful and instructive case study in confirmation bias operating at cultural scale. The show produces thousands of satirical observations about where America is going. A small fraction of these observations correspond to actual future events. Those correspondences are identified, collected, shared, and amplified. The observations that did not correspond are ignored. And the resulting collection of confirmed predictions looks to anyone encountering it without the full context like evidence of something extraordinary. But knowing how the phenomenon works does not reduce its impact. The individual instances are still striking. The Trump escalator descent is still specific enough to produce genuine unease when you encounter it. The Cypress Hill performance is still specific enough that coincidence feels insufficient. The pandemic episode is still specific enough that something in your pattern recognition system responds before your analytical brain can explain it away. This is the experience of encountering the show's most striking predictions. You know the explanation. You understand the statistics. You accept that it is almost certainly coincidence filtered through confirmation bias. And something in you still pauses, still gives it a moment, still feels the specific quality of unease that comes from wondering whether reality has edges that are closer to the things we tell stories about than we are comfortable acknowledging. The Simpsons is the show that makes you feel that edge most clearly. Not because it is actually predicting the future, but because it has been watching the present so carefully, for so long, with such intelligence and such freedom to follow what it sees to its conclusions, that the show's version of where things are going keeps intersecting with where things actually go. And every time that happens, the feeling is the same. We have been here before, the show already did this. Springfield was ready for this, which means something about Springfield understood it was coming. Final section, the long night in Springfield. It is late now, or early, depending on how you count these things. The plant is still on the hill. Its cooling towers push up against the sky, and whatever comes out of them at this hour goes mostly unnoticed, because this is the hour when Springfield is as quiet as Springfield gets. The bars are closed or closing. The streets are empty. The lights in the houses are mostly dark. Homer is asleep on the couch. Again, the television's still on, the channel showing something he was not watching when consciousness left him. Marge has been asleep for hours. She got up once when Bart made noise, and once to check on Maggie, and once because she heard something outside that turned out to be nothing. She is back in bed now, her hair somehow maintaining its shape even in sleep, her face composed in the particular expression of a person who has learned to rest, even when rest is not exactly peace. Bart is asleep in his room, which he has decorated in ways that should concern a psychologist, and which instead seem entirely characteristic of who he is. He dreamed about skateboarding earlier, and is now in deeper water, some part of his mind sorting through the events of the day and filing them in whatever organizational system a 10-year-old uses for that purpose. Lisa is awake. She is often awake at this hour. She has a book, and her saxophone is in its case on the floor beside her bed because she played it earlier and did not want to put it away. She is thinking about something large and difficult, something that will still be large and difficult in the morning, and for which she does not have a solution yet. She is 8 years old and she is already practicing the skill of sitting with problems that do not have solutions, which is a skill most adults never fully acquire. Maggie is awake too, but nobody knows it. She is in her crib, in the quiet dark of her room, looking at the ceiling. What she is thinking about, nobody will ever ask her because nobody asks babies what they are thinking about. What she is thinking about is her own, entirely hers, held in that particular privacy that comes from being 1 year old in a family that loves you, but does not expect you to be thinking about anything much. She watches the ceiling. She waits. Somewhere in Springfield General, if the coma theory is true, a man has been lying in a hospital bed for more than 30 years. The monitors beside him have been quiet for a long time, doing their work without drama. Whatever his brain is doing, whatever dream it has been running since April of 1993, it is doing it now too. The same dream, the same family, the same house on Evergreen Terrace, The same yellow faces and four fingers and impossible hair and the warm, specific smell of a place that is home. Mr. Burns is probably not sleeping. Burns does not seem like a person who sleeps easily or well. He is probably in his office or in some room of his enormous house that serves a function that ordinary houses do not require, reading something or reviewing something or being attended to by the machinery of his survival. His next treatment is coming. It is always coming, and that fact is the one constant of his existence. The countdown is always running. The date is always approaching. The thing that keeps him alive is always 1 week away, and the week always passes, and the thing always arrives, and Burns persists. Ned is asleep. He prayed before sleeping, as he always prays, with the sincerity that has been the bedrock of his religious life since before anyone in Springfield could remember otherwise. Whether the prayer is heard is not something the show has ever confirmed. Whether it will ever be heard is not something the show is likely to tell us. But Ned prays, and then Ned sleeps. And in the morning he will wake up and be kind to everyone he encounters, and the gap between him and Homer will be exactly what it was when he went to sleep. And somewhere, buried in the archive of everything the show has ever done, there are stories that have not been told yet. Details the writers put in backgrounds that have not yet been found. Jokes about futures that have not yet materialized. Observations about America that are still waiting for the real world to catch up. The show is still running. Springfield is still there, still floating between its impossible geography, still lit by electricity from a plant with cracked cooling towers and chewing gum patches and a safety inspector asleep in his chair. The loop continues, and that is where we leave it in the early hours, with the plant humming and Maggie watching the ceiling, and Homer dreaming of his family and Burns counting down the days to his next treatment, and the fish in the river doing whatever three-eyed fish do in the dark. Springfield will be here when you come back. It always is. That is the whole point. Wherever you are right now, whatever hour it is there, I hope something in all of this gave your mind somewhere soft to rest. Springfield is strange and dark and full of things that do not quite add up, and somehow, 36 years in, it is still the most comfortable fictional place in the world to spend a night. Sleep well. The town will be exactly as you left it when you wake up. The loop holds. It always holds. End of script. Supplementary notes. On the nature of Springfield as story. One thing that does not get said often enough about The Simpsons, and all the theory discussions and retrospectives and anniversary coverage, is how strange it is that the show has maintained its essential identity across such an enormous span of time. Not quality. The quality debates are well-trodden and mostly settled in the broad strokes. But identity. The recognizable quality of Springfield, the specific texture of what it is to spend time in this world, has persisted across decades in ways that very few cultural products manage. Other long-running shows drift. They change their gaps, their settings, their tones, their purposes. They follow the people who make them through the phases of those people's lives and become different things at different times. This is normal. This is how storytelling works when it is genuinely alive. The Simpsons has not done this in quite the same way. Springfield is still Springfield. Homer is still Homer. The specific flavor of what the show is, the particular combination of satire and warmth, of genuine darkness and genuine comedy, of real emotional stakes and absolute refusal to let those stakes accumulate into irreversible consequences, has held in recognizable form through 36 seasons. Why? The floating timeline is part of the answer, as we have established. But the floating timeline is the mechanism, not the reason. The reason is something harder to articulate, but worth trying to get at. The show is organized, at its deepest level, around the persistence of love in the face of everything that should erode it. Homer and Marge should not still be together. By any realistic assessment of their compatibility and their circumstances and the things Homer has done over the years, the marriage should have ended by season 5 at the latest. It has not ended. It bends constantly, and it recovers constantly, and the recovery is always the same. Not a dramatic reconciliation, but a quiet returning to each other, a remembering of why this person is worth the effort. This is not realistic, but it is what the show needs the marriage to be because the marriage is the show's central fact. The show is about a family. The family requires a marriage. The marriage requires continuous choice. And every episode that ends with Homer and Marge choosing each other again, despite every reason not to, is the show making an argument about what makes a family persist. The argument is not that families persist because the circumstances are manageable. The circumstances in Springfield are catastrophically unmanageable. The argument is that families persist because the people in them keep making the choice to be in them, even when the choice is hard, even when it is not what the situation most logically recommends. This is what makes the show emotionally sustainable across 36 seasons. Not the jokes, though the jokes matter. Not the plot, though the plot has produced remarkable things. The emotional core, the thing that keeps the show from collapsing under the weight of its own darkness and dysfunction, is the consistent depiction of people who choose their family over and over in every episode despite everything. Homer chooses his family every time he survives something that should have killed him and comes home. Marge chooses her family every time she absorbs what Homer has done and finds her way back to forgiveness. Bart chooses his family every time. Underneath the mischief and the rebellion, he shows up when he needs to show up. Lisa chooses her family every time she stays, in a town that is not big enough for her and that does not want what she is offering, because the family is there and she loves them. And Maggie chooses her family with everything she does, in every quiet moment where her extraordinary intelligence deploys itself in service of the people she loves, in every act of protection and every moment of watchful care that nobody in the family quite credits her with. The theories are interesting. The mysteries are real. The darkness is there if you look for it, and we have looked for it tonight with considerable thoroughness. But underneath all of it, underneath the radiation and the coma and the conspiracy and the collective denial and the immortal billionaire and the impossibly old town with the floating geography, underneath all of that is a family on a couch. A yellow family with 4 fingers and impossible hair and an IQ distribution that should not exist in a single biological unit. Watching television in a house on Evergreen Terrace in a town that cannot be found on any map, in a state that changes depending on which version of the story you are reading, powered by electricity from a plant that is slowly changing them in ways they cannot perceive. They are together. They are imperfect. They are staying. That is The Simpsons. 36 years and counting. The loop holds.